right!
She can use her words. Huzzah!
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
Greetings.
Greetings.
By Azura, by Azura, by Azura.
It's Azura. Like Azura. Not Azura.
Azura.
Your face is a zero.
We are sadly down a player currently as we were waiting for Alaric to come and join us. But how is everyone tonight?
What's wrong with the overlay?
There are a few words that are misspelled.
What
Oh.
what words?
Katerina for one of them. Yours is Carterina.
I copied and pasted, so you misspelled it in the message, okay?
Okay, I'll take blame for that, sure.
I can fix them now while we're waiting for our MIA.
Perfect. And then
Which does not exist.
Aldane as well. It's Aldean currently.
I just copied and pasted.
I know. Like I said, I take blame for it, so my apologies.
Your voice is very deep and masculine today, DM.
Thank you.
Using the beard filter.
I am. I have a new pop filter and everything.
Oh, that's
Wow.
So professional.
so lumberjack.
So when you tilt your face into your microphone, it doesn't go.
Indeed. At least I hope so.
Tasty.
Let's fucking go.
Jolly good. Let me know
Okay, I
if
can
everybody
fix
can
it.
hear the audio.
Let me go back to the window with the audio.
Is it DAI? Yeah.
Correct.
Oh shit!
DAI.
Oh, look who decided to show up.
Look what
And-
fucking is!
Ah. Hello, Alaric.
Anything else, lovely DM?
No, I do believe that was all.
Hi.
I was about to invoke the Truman Doctrine on him, and then he showed up. Amazing.
Also, oh, now the music's playing for me. Fantastic.
Perfect.
My apologies.
Did you take a nap?
No.
No.
No, I was outside.
Okay.
Quite all
Got
right.
caught up.
Everybody is here, which means it's time for introductions. Alaric and Yuria, go ahead and roll me a D100, please.
Oh, shit. Hey, where'd my dice tray go? What the fuck?
It was removed because it conflicts. I wanted to see that if I could.
Do you want me to change their names in the overlay to match the names they've put on their cards?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm talking to the DM.
What do you mean?
Well, it's different.
Who's this different?
Like Alaric is Alaric D. Karim, and the one you gave me was Alaric Crovane.
Oh, that would be up to Alaric.
I mean, both are titles. Right? Like, I want to see the difference between them. It's just a way of calling him.
Dude, you run a marathon? You sound exhausted.
I ran.
For your life, or like?
No. To get here.
Oh, perfect. You could
Did
run
you run
into
for
a
your life?
run
Jeez.
to throw me a D100 real quick.
I am open the game.
Okay.
New overlay has been sent.
Perfect, thank you.
That of course.
But of course, yes, good you do this. Oh, marginally better.
The dice work!
Good.
Actually, I didn't hear them.
I saw him shoot across my screen.
Right as I was like, oh, the music's not loud enough. On the contrary, it's very loud.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Ah, Yuria. Yuria Zyri. Go ahead and introduce yourself for all of the fine people watching.
Oh, crap. I mean, hello. I am Yuria Zairi of Shademore. I am the party's warlock, soon to be sorcerer, whenever that happens. I am a Caressian. I come from across the ocean, from a different continent. And I have arrived here in Hane's Keep, not willingly, of course. Imprisoned, as no sooner had I come off the boat onto the Edmore shores. It is my goal to find the lost history of my people, as we were originally refugees of Tyros. But, of course, that has taken a very large detour, as my current mission now is to simply survive the rigors and sadistic nature of Lord Hane. Previously, I have recently been, a gelatinous ooze has attempted to consume me, and I have been saved by Lord Hane's mercy and the strength of Sildoril. I believe we have just finished the last fight where Miss Sabine has, and unfortunately, Sir Kellen has been locked away in the Bastille.
Did you say your race and level?
I did not. Sorry, I am level 1, and I am a human.
Thank you. Silduril de Catarina.
Sorry, I was going. Greetings. I am Silderil de Catarina. I am the ward of House Etinmo, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 1 high elf fighter who finds beauty in battle. I would lay my life on a line for my home, and I have found myself, unfortunately, among the camaraderie of prisoners, as I am one myself, being sent to this keep, monitored and owned by Hane in their home. I know why I've been sent here. I've accepted why I've been sent here. Unfortunately, I don't want to stay. So I will help these people who have decided they are friends of mine. In their odd quests, they all seem quite, set in their ways. Hopefully we can work together to fix our situations we have found ourselves in.
Sabine Lillian Roser.
I am Sabine Lillian Rousser, Dame of the Order of the Rose. I like what I do as my job. I service those in higher standings than myself and teach them manners, amongst other things. I am a level 1 ASMR Paladin, and I found myself here when I was sent out on a job, and they tried to get quite a hefty tax. My home is Katarina, but I also travel a bit. Recently, we were besought upon by a gelatinous cube directed by Lord Hane, and I saw the ugliness on his insides matches that of his outsides, and I made sure to let him know.
And your race and class.
I said it.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I was listening, I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Marana Lamordia.
Yes, I am playing Lady Morana Lemuria of Malgrove in Vinheim. My family has long been the stewards and protectors of the sorcerers there. However, my father does not see it fit that I bear his name. So when a summons came from Lord Hane, he was more than happy to send me away on this business arrangement. Fortunately, as soon as I arrived, I was set upon by his men, arrested and brought here for crimes I did not commit. But I'll be damned if another cage holds me again. I am the rogue of the party, and the damp here, though I hope they never learn that truth.
Kellen Aldane.
Yes, I play Kellen Aldane. He is a level 1 ranger. A proud son to a proud father. Who joined the Grey Watch at 16, an organization of fighters in the wilderness who fight off the Morlings and other encroaching evils in the woods and the wilds. Tasked with discovering what the dark rumors coming from the south were, he went with a team of 3 to ask questions and look before being reported to the guards, set upon and arrested while helping his friends flee. Seeing it as an opportunity to get an inside look directly, he surrendered and was taken into custody. Once inside, he could tell everything was immediately amiss, this whole place being not up to snuff for a protector of Tyros. Has been doing his level best to disrupt things and cause waves among Lord Hane and his keep, where he is now currently paying the price for that.
I must be. Did you say your race and class? Okay.
Yep.
I just get so lost listening to everybody's backstories.
Smooth brain.
Alaric Crovane.
Good people of Erist. Alaric Crovane. Of House Crovane, no less. A simpleton, you could call him. A mere thimble of a mongrel. Half man, half elf. From some island none truly think of if they can help it. Karim. Why, ever since his mother, Belladonna, claimed domain of it, nothing good's ever come of it. Belladonna is everything he is not. Dishonest, decisive, likable. Crushingly unpopular with both nobles and commoners. A storybook villain with no crowd of mistakes at her back. With the removal of Alaric from Karim's line of succession, the absence of clear succession has left in the island a troubling impression of impermanence, greatly hurting Belladonna's rule. Hane's true goal, Alaric is certain. And so now he's here, stolen away in this here island, to be soon ransomed, he's certain. Or be prodded, mocked, twicked away at on the torture, depending on Hane's mood, probably.
This is where I would have everybody roll to recount. However, seeing as you are still in Hane Keep, and still level 1, I will be doing the recount for you. The current day is the 18th of God's Night. Awarded with their night of reprieve and improvements to their cells within Hane Keep, the party learn more about one another and the various things happening under the rule of Lord Hane. as well as learning more of the other notorious figures within the Black Cells, Creighton the Hound being one of them. Their night is ended with a trip to the showers, doused in powdered soap and seawater. They return to their cells to rest. With the start of the new day, they're awoken by Lord Hane, explaining that their time in the arena is now. Let out of their cells and ushered through the winding paths of the Black Cells, the party find themselves in an expansive arena with numerous guards and other combatants. Entering the pit, the party are selected at random, and its initiative. The first fight between Kellen and a Morling, of which Kellen wins by the skin of his teeth. Alaric versus a giant crab, of which Alaric is successful in besting the behemoth sea monster. Finally, Marana, Sabine, Sildaril, and Yuria face off against a strange ooze made of seawater and corpses. With Yuria falling unconscious and being saved by Sildaril's quick thinking, the group are ultimately successful. That is, until an outburst from Sabine and their interjection of Kellen on her behalf see them both drugged to the Bastille. The arena has been called off. The party are to be sent into the mines as Lord Hane airs his frustration over what has happened. This is where we pick up our story. With a map transition. Those of you currently in the arena, you would see that the guards, the figures that are watching you from the other side as Lord Hane makes his way off of the top platform, are staring at you with similar visible frustration, sharing the expression of Lord Hane. Their attention lingers, however, on the hooded figure, the one who had healed your various wounds. The figure gestures simply from underneath their robe, a long hand extended out towards the guards and then gesturing to the right to you as the guards move, Creighton moving with him. As the guards begin to make their way over to where you all are sitting, as you hear one of the guards, "Okay, playtime's over. Back to the mines with a lot of you." The hooded figure. Everybody roll me a perception check, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody but Sabine and Kellen. As we transition music as well.
I am not perceptive.
Someone is, at least.
Sitting next to Ulrich and we're having a conversation and she's just like, well, I love fighting. I love fighting. And she just, nope, can't see shit. Nobody knows anything.
Marana. Your focus, your time in court, allows you to see the more subtle nuances and movements of figures. You would be able to see underneath the hood of this figure. It is but a passing glimpse, but the most prominent thing that draws your attention is the set of glowing eyes that have a very subtle red hue to them. The figure finishes gesturing, sliding both of his hands into either of his sleeves, turns and makes his way after Lord Hane. Before vanishing through the doors. Those of you that are still here in the arena, Alaric, Sildaril, Morana, Yuria, you are going to be escorted down to the mine. Given this current period of time where Sabine and Kellen are both in the Bastille, and the rest of you are split from the party, we will be jumping between scenes. Those of you in the mine will be attempting to work as you had done in the past, attempting to procure crystals, very much in the same way that you had before, either through fighting or by mining, of which there is a DC. Kellen and Sabine, you both will be rolling me constitution checks. Rather, constitution saving throws, I should say. As we do another map transition for those that are going to the mine. Okay. There is no... Rather, the guards do not accept protest. Any form of fighting back, any form of talking back is met with a presentation of a cudgel. So, you all are loaded onto the platform without breakfast still, and are lowered into the mine. The cerulean glow and drifting motes rise to meet you, as well as the sort of harsh cold that clings to your skin underneath the rough spun clothing that you wear. You are eventually pushed off of the platform and are now in the mine proper. Is there anything you guys would like to do down here?
Yuria will saddle up next to Sildaru. Sort of a looming gray shadow next to her.
Solara will note her, just kind of look down at her. Or I guess, how tall is she?
Let me check. Pretty sure she's taller than you.
She's going to look down at you from below.
Ah, I see. She's just under 6 feet.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Solara would look to her side and note her and just this confused look like, why are you close to me?
She clears her throat. I wanted to thank you. Well, thank you for, getting me out of that thing. I don't think many would have risked it.
It was for a show. It was our job to perform well. I cannot perform well if you are dying. Do not confuse my performance for kindness. But you are welcome.
There's a small smile. You treat the arena as a performance, then?
No. Just that one.
Who do you think was the star of that performance?
Unfortunately, there are no stars in a failed performance.
I think there was in this case.
I'm gonna walk into the little deeper part, looking for my friend.
Okay, you're going into the southern part?
Yes.
Sure. What is everybody else doing?
Alaric will throw that heavy-headed pick across his shoulder like it's some kind of a bindle. and he will look around for any site you obviously picked at that looks worked enough so he wouldn't have to dig all the way down to a crystal around here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. We'll call this an investigation check.
Okay.
Can we hear the dice and all of that?
I can't hear it.
I heard it.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
I can see it, just can't hear it.
Perfect. 7. You wander, Alaric, sort of moving through the various areas trying to find a crystal of which any that you see that may be loose are already being worked on by another prisoner. Okay. Marana, what are you doing?
All right. Seeing Alaric kind of go off on his own and the other two, she'll follow after these two, but not like directly in their space, just kind of orbiting around them. And she wants to kind of investigate that spot where the creature dropped the other day.
Okay. We'll do a map
That is
transition in just a moment.
similarly to what I was going to do.
Oh.
Yes, Sildra would just stare up at the like roof of the cave thing, like, how did you get in here?
Okay, Alaric, you're staying on this map?
I imagine he didn't have much success in finding any shallow crystal, did he?
Sadly not. You can see where there are like pockets where crystals have been pried from already. It seems other people have had your idea.
Would you notice a trend that depending on how close to the elevator he is, there's more
More missing?
used up holes
Yes.
like that? Yes. Yeah, then he'd probably follow after them. Catch up as soon
Alright.
as he could.
We'll do a map transition to the southern mine. Which I will slap your tokens down where they belong.
Slapping the tokens.
Alaric, Marana, Silduril, Yuria. Feel free to move your tokens about as you desire.
Oh,
Well, the thing crashed down around here-ish. Yeah.
Correct. In fact, even just sort of walking into this area, again, being bathed in the cerulean light that is just permeating from all of these crystals and the chamber that you're in, very easily illuminates the deep hole that this creature caused when it fell. On top of that, though it is darkened and tinged by the blue color, you can see the sprays of viscera that adorn the floor.
Are the bodies gone?
Roll me a perception check, Sildura.
I'm gonna be pissed.
As you look around, mindful of the area and just watching.
There's a dog.
There's a dog down here. Roll for initiative. There doesn't appear to be any bodies nearby.
At the very least, they were moved somewhere else.
Perhaps we'd have a better chance to find crystals on that side. I imagine the prisoners are afraid another thing will fall down. Kill them, maybe.
Morana gives Alaric a enthusiastic nod at that.
Yuria has stopped following, trailing Siluril at this moment, hovering near the other two. She doesn't really give a response, more just observes the others.
Let's see if we can find anything.
Aye.
Okay. Those of you that are looking for something, go ahead and roll me a investigation check. You can assist one another as long as you have a proficiency in investigation.
Well, who's rolling and who's helping?
I'm staring at a hole.
Okay, fantastic.
Who is rolling investigation?
I'll roll some investigation.
Okay.
Jesus.
I'm not proficient, so.
Okay. What are you both looking for?
Probably in the hole. Zelda would be looking for evidence of more of these things, or if this was like a birthing pod or some kind of, if it was an exit to the outside, that kind of thing.
Interesting. You would know, just even looking where this thing fell, you would look up and see that there is a crater up in the ceiling, a sort of smaller ravine that had been forced open, like a seam being split. It could very well have been that it's a birthing pod. That's one way to look at it. But it doesn't appear to be connected to any exit.
Now, do you mean ravine as in there's something up there, like if you dug up in Minecraft and you found a cave above you kind of thing, or?
More so like TNT went off.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a hole formed, like a pocket was made with the loss of the golem when it fell down and started attacking. As if it had been residing up there, and then something happened for it to come down.
Oh, okay. That's what I was also gonna kind of look for.
Yeah, the hole is all the way up there. Given how large these sort of caverns are, there's no real way to get up there. One of you can. But the rest, you would need like scaffolding or like pitons and rope and everything like that.
Wait, what can one of us do? Hold up.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was just asking to see if there was like a path the thing had taken down or not.
It was more so just burst out of the ceiling and then fell.
Okay, kind of like a stalagmite or stalactite falling.
Tight.
I
holds
keep
on
forgetting
tight. Yes.
Okay.
When you described it and it fell, didn't you say it like fell as a clump of rocks and
It
then
did.
formed up?
It was like a cave-in almost, that when it fell and shattered, the rocks scattered across the floor. And then it began to piece itself together around this large cluster of crystal.
Okay, neat. That's what I wanted to confirm. I wonder if the stone itself became that creature.
Yuria follows the eyes of the other two women looking up into the crater. Creighton and the prisoners that were tailing him mentioned they were attacked by animated tools, presumably animated by the powers of these crystals, as that was their prize for defeating them. I suspect the Arcanist is not telling us everything he knows about these things.
Perhaps he simply doesn't know.
Pardon?
One more time.
What?
They're talking to you.
Perhaps he simply doesn't know. Man is a prisoner just like us.
He's also an Arcanist of Orias. He mentioned the Cinder Spears. He would know something.
You would also know, Yuria, given your knowledge and interaction with Creighton, that there is a whole other half of this mine.
If you're looking to investigate the identity of these crystals, what they can do, perhaps we should move east. See what else lies in these mines. That is, unless you wish to try to pry them out like the good gods wish us.
Perhaps we should secure our dinner first, and then go on about investigating, I think.
It's a quirk of Yuri's brow. You wish to procure dinner? How?
By securing a crystal. It is why we're here.
If we give them a crystal, they will expect us to leave the mine.
We need not turn it in until we're finished.
I see your point. There's a purse of Yuria's lips again. I'm not sure I'm best suited for this sort of task. Our last find was, I suppose you could call it luck.
Sorry fools struck down by the beast would say otherwise.
This is the nature of luck, I suppose.
Well, let's at least try, and then perhaps Yuri and I can head east to investigate.
We are already down 2 of our friends. Going off on your own would be a bad choice. So they're kind of like, while she's hitting against this like gem or whatever, she turns to the right and looks at them like up and down.
Okay.
If you are attempting to procure a crystal, go ahead and roll me a strength check. Okay, continue.
We should at least try for the time being, and if we don't have good luck here, then we simply look for greener pastures, as it were, or bluer.
Yuri's eyes shift towards the wall that they were working on before the golem fell, looking for the crystal that the Arcanist was working on before the prize of the golem was taken. Or Torig, actually, would probably be a better choice.
Go ahead and roll me a investigation check.
We just keep on rolling bangers.
There's a moment as you sort of turn your attention and look over the wall, the various segments that had been worked on. You're unsure if maybe somebody else has had the idea as well. It's hard to find whichever one he was working on.
Quick question. Do the crystals that are like kind of up on these rises look like they might be looser since people might have difficulty getting to them? Or might they be more entrenched? I don't know.
They're certainly larger, but they don't appear to be loose, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I didn't know if they were like jutting out a little bit more.
You can tell, at least from what you've seen down here your first time, a lot of the workers that were here trying to pry these crystals out, these crystals are deeply rooted into the earth. Like they have roots like trees, if that makes sense.
Got it. Understood.
Set to work on this wall here.
Okay.
Procure a crystal.
Roll me a strength check.
Ooh, we seem unable to move now.
Yeah, Foundry's been a little laggy.
You can't move?
Seem unable to roll, too. I'll reload.
But yeah.
Well, we wait for Alaric and I guess Morana to get themselves fixed.
No, I'm good. It was like that before, but it straightened out for me.
Okay. Just Alaric then.
Yeah. I will try to procure a crystal.
Okay. With your pickaxe in hand, roll me a strength check, please.
Oh boy, ability check. There we go. Nope.
7, 8, 9.
Listen, I am not the strength person. That's normal for me.
It could have almost been 7, 8, 9, 10.
Almost.
Curse you, Alaric.
Curse you.
Curse you.
But yes,
Throw it up the curve.
you all begin striking away. I should preface by saying this. Committing to trying to get a crystal with your pickaxe, it does take... you are using about an hour's worth of time. So every strength check will be an hour of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Understood.
All right. So the three of you are currently in the process of attempting to pry crystals from the wall, or the large stalagmite that rises upwards. Yuria, are you just overseeing, or are you...
She doesn't want to exhaust herself and then find a creature ready to murder her face quite yet. So
Understood.
Yes.
You would notice, at least if you're going to attempt to not work and conserve your energy, you do notice that guards do make their rounds through these areas. So if you want, you can roll me a deception check to sort of give off the guise that you are working.
Well, instead, she will travel south to see if she can't find some familiar faces amongst the prisoners, mingling with them in an attempt pretending to work.
Okay.
As these three try to get their booty.
Understood. We'll call this a perception check.
Saldra will seem rather annoyed with you.
Hey.
Okay. No recognizable faces. You do recall what Henry and Pater both said to you, in which this is their day of respite, as it were, because of their crystals. but you do see other figures. Some of them currently will look to be like shoveling loose rocks and everything into wheelbarrows, and then pushing them up towards the waiting minecart to then escort the minecart full of rock up towards the lift. Which reminds me, I can actually do this now because I'm a big brain boy.
You get yourself a minecart.
This.
Love minecarts. Minecarts are the best.
Uh-oh. Okay.
I just realized how soft it is. There we go. Let me know if you all can hear that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Indeed.
Okay. Yoria, what are you doing?
So they're working in tandem then? Like all of them, or just like groups of them seem to be working?
Groups of them. It seems like there are cliques that are sort of operating here within the mine, right? Some of them are clustered in groups of 2 or 3. Those that are mining, the others are in the process of like shoveling the loose rock and dirt, and then pushing it up towards the mine cart. They don't seem to acknowledge you as you approach, though. They seem rather like entranced with the work.
The ones who are putting dirt in the carts, they're not likely to find any crystals. Interesting.
With your 21, you would notice that as they get everything into the wheelbarrow, there is like they do sort of sift through any of the larger sort of clusters of dirt and rock, and it's not like an immediate back and forth, right? This figure is sat in front of the wheelbarrow, sort of breaking up large clumps, sort of breaking it down to its more smaller nature, trying to find crystal, right? Anything that could have been missed.
Right. Interesting. No, the cart's on the rail, right? Over here. Wait, like way up north?
So I can't have an interactive map, at least not yet. But the cart is,
Ooh.
we'll say right there, in which the wheelbarrow loads up to it. It gets loaded and then pushed back and forth.
Oh, okay. They don't seem to be down a number or in need of any hands, I'm guessing.
You could ask them.
All right. After watching them for a moment, she will approach the nearest and offer, need a hand.
The one currently sort of sifting through the wheelbarrow turns to look back at you. Whoa.
Do you need help with the cart?
He sort of takes a moment to look you over. This is a more sort of portly human, probably closer to their middle age. You can see where the sort of weight has begun to fall off because of how long they've been here, with like long sagging sort of skin where fat or muscle used to be, in which they look at you sort of covered in their dirt and soot and sort of eye you up and down for a moment. Yeah, sure. He sort of steps aside and gestures you for the wheelbarrow to push it up to the minecart.
She'll help him and would try to Well, I'm assuming he's done sifting through it at this point.
So your current job is you are relegated to sifting and moving and unloading the minecart. The gentleman who you just took the job from has gone back to mining now.
Having been, she waits for him to help and then realizes he has gone and is now stuck with the cart. There's a sort of begrudging mutter. So much for helping. She begins pushing the cart back up north.
Okay. Loading it into the minecart and sort of working with this. We'll call this an investigation check to search for small clusters, small crystals, what have you. And this will be your hour worth of time as you work in tandem with 2 other miners.
Very well.
Okay. Sadly, even searching, breaking down the large sort of clumps of dirt and rock that have all gathered here, sifting through the smaller pieces, even just trying to find the smallest segment of crystal, you do not find anything during your hour search. You do help these 2 men, though, of which they sort of wait until you come back and then shovel their like residual rock and broken segments into the wheelbarrow. And then once it's loaded up, they go back to mining.
All right, she'll do the same thing, casting glances towards her actual party to see if they've made any progress in finding crystals themselves.
Okay.
Back-breaking process of mining that shit.
It is still relatively early in the morning, although it's hard to really gauge time or what the outside looks like as you are underground. How much time would you all like to spend down here working on crystals?
As little as time as possible. So she would only spend an hour, basically as long as it takes for the rest of the party to figure out that they are or not making any progress.
Well, at some point during the at least first hour of mining, Morana kind of sidles up between Siluril and Alaric under the guise of wanting to help, and very low between picks of the pickaxe, she says, "Did either of you see the priest?" Under the hood, I mean.
Alaric grimaces. His brows are glistening with sweat. He runs the back of an arm across his forehead and kind of stops from swinging the pickaxe. He leans its head against the ground and then leans his hand onto its handle, tenting himself upon it. And no, I didn't even bother looking at him. Why?
His eyes, they were glowing.
What color?
With a strange red light.
Oh.
He
He
bore
frowns.
no symbols that I could see on his person. Not of Bahamut or any other god of Tyros.
That's the strangest thing here, I suppose.
Given how close that man is to Lord Hane, don't like it. It's strange. Don't you agree?
Well, Alaric says with an apologetic little grin. No one wants to be thought of as simple, I suppose.
Well, something about it doesn't sit right with me.
We'll call that the end of the first hour, as you all have been trying to pry the crystals from the earth. Yuria working with other prisoners. Would you like to commit another hour?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
After about an hour, Yuria sort of watches the trio, hopefully, and then seeing that they're well entranced in their work, just glowers and continues on.
You have here the spirit of devotion.
So that would kind of catch that and should speak over to Yuria. Luck will not simply fall into your lap again.
She pauses the cart, looking back. Not if we stay here. It's not luck if you discover the workings of it.
I think Yuria might have the right of it. We've investigated all we can here with the monster. Perhaps we should see if there was some kind of, well, any sort of clue as to what happened in the eastern mines.
We wanted to run off. Could have done it before we started working then. I already made a little hole here. I'd like to see it through.
And if we are to go to this place where the dancing axes and whatever else you have been told, and there is nothing there, then what? You will continue to ignore your work?
Well, I'm sure there are crystals there.
Oh?
It's a mine.
Is it my work then?
Have you forgotten why you are here? The point of being in this hole?
It is Hane's work. And I'll do it as long as I have to.
So the girl's eyes kind of flutter where she's just like, ugh.
Oh, wait. We already started working here. You can't expect me to stop now. Please.
Some of the other miners have sort of paused in their work to like glance curiously over their shoulder towards you three. They don't look at Yuria, as Yuria has been working with them. But hearing you three talk, they sort of eye you up and down with quizzical looks.
So it's just like, what? She's very like direct and blunt to them. What do you want? Do you want a freebie as well?
Roll me a... Ooh.
Intimidation. What?
I'd like to help.
Just do a fucking like guilt check on him. Like, yeah, that's right. You fucking
Yeah.
Sure, this will be contested against his. You've sort of annoyed the larger miner here. So yeah, we'll call this intimidation. How are you helping her, Alaric?
As Siluriel derides towards him, Alaric kind of walks up beside her and slightly behind, looming from above her.
Sildar
And
has no idea, just like has no idea he's there.
He lifts the
Wear it up.
pickaxe with one hand and rests the length of its haft onto his other and looks at him with
Sure.
narrow eyes.
Roll me a intimidation check.
Guys just making friends everywhere.
And Sylvana's just like not even trying to intimidate. She's just like, what? Are you fucking lazy as well?
Well, just an intimidating person by default is a resting intimidation face.
Just resting intimidation face. Oh.
Roll with advantage.
How do I do that? Just roll a 10?
No, you roll
Is
again.
it-
Yeah.
You can hit shift or to roll twice. Or...
Oh, what did you do to my
He-
dice? I'd rather not see them and get good rolls.
The figure sort of looks at both of you and guffaws as he turns and
I
spits
don't know what
on
that
the
word
floor.
means.
He sort of, it's a very short barking laugh. He's mocking you as he turns back to his work, sort of spitting on the ground.
Right. I forgot. I'm surrounded by people who deserved to be here.
And with that, Yuria starts pushing the cart again and sort of like shrinks in, pretending she doesn't know these people. She's like doing the
Eyes
thing
are-
where she's like hiding her face, like, ooh, I'm
That
gonna.
half-lidded, like, disdain.
After that kind of comment from Siluriel, Marana just pauses for a moment, kind of narrows her eyes a little bit, and then sees Yuria beginning to push the cart.
Yeah, she's
And,
pushing it with one hand and like sort of like hiding her face with the other. Like you just saw like a scene at the grocery store and you don't want to get involved.
But she's going to then walk over to assist Yuria pushing the cart forward.
Alaric will get back to his little hole.
Okay, so we're committing another hour here.
Yeah.
Understood.
So this cart goes all the way back to the start as we push that, right?
So what you are currently doing is you are pushing a wheelbarrow up to the minecart, in which an
over there.
individual at the minecart will then push it back up towards the entrance.
Understood.
So
Sorry,
you
that
are-
was not clear.
It's all good. You're assisting her by pushing the wheelbarrow.
You would
Yeah,
also see her
helping.
taking a moment to like sift through the dirt for anything before doing that.
Yep.
Sure. Okay, so we'll be committing an hour here. Alaric and Silduru both roll me a strength check. Marana and Yuria both roll me an investigation check.
Yep. I will try.
Okay. Sadly,
Oh.
no crystals are found, and the crystals you are working on seem further away still. But you are able to work together, talking amongst each other, or simply focusing on your work as you do. Yuria, roll me a persuasion check. As you return with the wheelbarrow, the sort of more portly individual who has been swinging his pickaxe and sort of the one that you had taken the job from, seeing Marana, sort of starts to sort of talk shit, but stops as you have been actually working. So they just sort of grunt in your direction and then sort of gesture down to the pile as they wait for the wheelbarrow to get closer there so they can begin shoveling it in. Okay.
As he's shoveling, she kind of half like asks, nonchalantly, "So what are you in for?"
He, as he's shoveling, you can hear like the strike of the end of the shovel against stone, that sort of long scraping sound as he pushes his boot down, or his bare foot down onto the head and sort of pushes it further in, lifting it up and throwing it into the wheelbarrow. Murder.
Both brows rise for just a moment before she quickly keeps her reaction under control. She
And
sort of
he
says,
continues shoveling.
"No more questions, Your Honor."
Yeah, no, I imagine there's a shared look between the two women. It's just like, oh, okay.
Oh, a real criminal.
Yeah, it is this moment where you realize, oh, most of us are in here for bullshit crimes. And then there's this gentleman who's here for murder.
We're not busting you out. You belong here.
There's a very, very low mutter. "I don't think he's lying."
Miranda just shakes her head.
With that.
And then we just get back to our shit.
With,
Go, wheel it faster.
with everybody committing another hour here, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take a 15-minute break.
Do we roll?
Yeah.
That was
Or
quick.
do we wait for the break?
No, this was your roll just now was your second hour.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're 14.
Yeah. So I will return in just a moment. I'm going to get my drink, and then I'll...
Get your drink on.
Yep, I'll be back to talk to chat and everything, because I see some people have some questions.
Question.
Love drinkies.
Drinky.
Please, no press.
Drinky poo.
I could make myself a drink. I could do that.
Get that DB juice going.
On the contrary, I'm going to pee.
It's the opposite of drinking if you think about it.
Yeah, empty the tank, then refill the tank.
Oh, to pee.
Yes.
What is happening?
We are all adopting hedonism bot voices.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a break, so we have to degenerate into we have to fall back into Sunday morning degeneracy during breaks.
No. Wait till it'll be tomorrow. Holy shit, it's gonna be tomorrow. Holy fuck.
Yes. Good luck with that.
Yeah. I might get
Saturday is for the boys to die. Lamau.
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 I'm gonna go get my 5th cup of coffee. Oh, yeah. That's just me casually drinking coffee at 9 o'clock at night.
I want coffee.
Okay. Make some. Do it.
I can't.
Why?
If I stay up too late, then I will not be able to get up for my class at 8.
Drinking
Oh.
in the at night so that you have to be up in the early morning. That sounds like you're setting yourself up for failure.
Well, I needed to be awake for this.
I am awake enough.
Close enough. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My girl.
I return.
Cringe, I mean hello.
Let's see. Is this a level up on the VTT system? What is level up program? What is that, Chaotic Shadow? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Also, yes, chat, please hydrate, stretch, do all that fun thing. Players, please hydrate, stretch, use the bathroom if you need to.
I'm dehydrating right now. I'm taking a sponge and shoving it down my esophagus to
Nice.
collect the moisture. Spite and anger.
Oh, yeah. No, this is the first time I've heard about that, Chaotic, so I have no idea what that is, I'm afraid.
I'm spitting all of my fluids.
But I will definitely take a look. I should throw open the bricks because I'm a big dum-dum. No idiot. There we go. Oh yeah, no links in chat. It's all right though. I'll take a look at it after work. After work. Wow. After the game. That's all right.
What's the difference?
Looks like it's a 5e homebrew system that is advanced 5e. Interesting. What does that entail, though, Arjun?
It makes the game hard.
It's 5e2.
Make the game hard on your own. Why do you need any system
Oh.
for that?
Charm Snake, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that.
I'll charm your snake.
Charm Snake 98. Thank you. Enjoy the one emote that we have here. It's high.
It could be gold plated, but it's not.
You're talking about the level up 5e thing?
Yeah, that's.
I
What
believe
think
that's
they meant.
what Chaotic was talking about.
Mhm.
Interesting. I thought I looked at this one point. I can't remember.
Yeah, I've looked at it.
I can also
before.
just go check the Foundry Discord.
Level up is now on Foundry. Nice.
Mhm.
Delightful. I wonder if they have like any of the Warhammer modules on Foundry.
I think I've seen a couple.
Delightful.
I know there was like a big push for Warhammer 40k tabletop on the tabletop simulator on Steam for a while.
It's in there.
Yeah.
They ripped all the models from, I think, Dawn of War.
Nice.
Easy.
Theft. Wonderful.
Quite. It may have gotten taken down, actually, just for that reason. That was a while ago. I don't remember.
GW does like their takedowns. Holy shit.
Ooh.
What? Somebody else is enjoying our IP? Kill them.
That's a lovely fan animation you got there. Would you like to work for us?
Oh.
Join or die.
Yeah.
Special damage resistance. It gives new skills. What a weird thing.
New classes, Marshal, Adept, Berserker, must be like Barbarian or something. All the other same ones, regardless, though.
Yeah, this isn't it, I'm afraid. This is just bog standard 5th edition with some homebrew.
Oh.
Can party be freed from the island by winning in the arena a number of times, or is it the only way to also break out? Good question, Jacob. That could be something that the players find out on their own. Who knows?
You know, you bastard.
DM's like,
have
I
no
can't
idea.
tell you the
What do you
plot.
mean you have no idea?
No idea.
Oh. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
No one wins.
Yes, you do.
Mm-mm.
Yes, you do. It's in there.
Hmm?
I cast detect thoughts on the DM.
Fail.
No.
Ooh. Or you do, but you only get like one of those tambourine monkeys.
I use telekinesis.
Ting, 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 ting.
Do not cite the old magic to me, witch. I was here when it was made.
I use telepathy on God and call him a bitch.
This is a
Gosh,
separate
it's like,
system in
wow,
Foundry.
dude.
Mm.
Wow, bro. What the fuck? You're rude. No fucking president
Do
of
not
your
cite the
Yeah.
deep magic to me, witch. I was here when it was written.
Getting coal in your stocking this year. Jesus.
Bit of a stranger session today because the party is split up. So it'll be a weird one.
Could always just fast forward time.
Well, that's sort of the idea, right? That's why these checks are happening and like hours of time are passing. There's going to be a lot of time skips in this this episode.
Dope.
Yay, finally, my dream of looking like a skeleton.
Huzzah.
Huzzah. Yuria the Bonelet. Delightful.
But if Chad has any questions, feel free to highlight your message with channel points. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see that. Disgusting.
Bro, but think of the crazy bargains.
Thank you, Idis. I appreciate that.
This is why Warforged are banned.
Smited by
Eh.
artists.
Lol.
Oh, Warforged. That's an interesting concept.
It's a pretty fun game when it's not glitchy.
Right. I meant more like Warforged as the race.
The race.
Dummy.
Ah,
Brother. Yeah, well, can I play a Warframe in D&D?
Warframe on the brain.
that would be the
I'm a
sci-fi
bio-Warforged.
version of Adis.
Good.
I was actually thinking about that the other day because you keep pestering me about running something, so I've been kind of slowly piecing shit together in my head.
You would be a Gladius icon, is what you would be.
Well, no, I was saying, like, what if Warforged is sort of an expression of, like, transhumanism, right? Like, hey, you got in a really messed up accident and you're essentially paralyzed completely, like Christopher Reeve style, but worse.
Oh,
You know, or like fucking practically almost brain dead, but you're still there, kind of. What if they
Like
just
RoboCop?
Yeah. What if they
That's right.
transplanted your consciousness into a Warforged as sort of like a transhumanist expression?
Pretty
And
sick.
worse yet, or perhaps better yet, what if that was supposed to be like advertised to the public as a temporary thing? Like, hey, while we clone you a new body, you can enjoy this Warforged thing. But then maybe some people are like, nah, I want to stay a robot,
Having Derek flashbacks, Jesus.
right?
Sorry,
But like,
sorry.
so you have like this taboo of people who like stay Warforged and they're like never go back to being flesh and blood, and so they're like kind of ostracized from society for being weird.
I like that.
I'm sorry,
Pretty
sir.
neat.
The cancer is terminal for everyone else.
Yeah. I don't know, stuff like that, like interesting sociological things like that. Or
Count me
like-
in.
Was child soldiers in a suit not cool enough for you? Not scarring enough for you?
Child soldiers in a suit. What are you talking about? Hold on.
Oh,
I don't think he's played Warframe.
no, yeah, it's fine.
No, I haven't. I tried play. Like, I think I've talked to you guys about this before. Like, I've tried playing it a couple times, but like, it's so weird because every time I jump in, there's been so much that's happened since the last time I played that I have no idea what I'm doing or what I'm supposed to be doing. But the game doesn't help you out. It doesn't put you in the shallow end of the pool. It just
No, it doesn't.
it just folds you in half and drop kicks you into the deep end. It's like sink or swim, bitch.
Yeah, the tutorial's like, here's how you move.
The
Here's
end.
how you
Bye.
fight. All right, go conquer the galaxy now. And it just
What?
kicks you into the orbiter, and it's like, go.
Yeah, but like, what about
Destroy empires.
these 15,000 modules that you've added since the game? What? Shut up, bitch! Fucking don't be a pussy.
I'm sorry,
Learn.
I can't hear you. What was that? Are you complaining? Lamau?
Are you complaining? buy items from our cash shop, you dumbass.
Quiet. Why am I killing all these people? And DE just kind of shrugs. They're bad, okay?
It kind of reminds me, like, so like I'm a big huge fan of like space flight sims. So like I was a huge X-wing versus TIE fighter kind of person, and I grew up on games like Wing Commander when I was a kid and shit.
Good game.
Yeah, so like Mark Hamill was a fucking live action character in that game. Anyway, so naturally when they announced Star Citizen, I was like, oh, and I invested way too much money into that, and it's still not out. Point is, yeah, you fool, I know. So
Unfortunate soul.
yeah, don't ask how much money I invested in Star Citizen. It's kind of embarrassing.
Don't ask how much money I put in Warframe.
Is it less than $1,000?
Probably,
Okay, then you're still better than me.
but it's getting there.
It's getting there, slowly but surely. No, what's
Just a
the
few.
other? Yeah, see, no, I'm up to like $1,400 in Star Citizen, so I am a fool. But it's really
Anderson
cool,
is a man of belief.
right? Yeah, I believe in a false prophet because the game's probably never going to come out at this point.
Oh, Vinith, thank you for your tier 1 sub. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Ghost Marauder, Elite Dangerous. So that's the point I was making, is that Warframe and Elite Dangerous remind me a lot of each other. Only difference being is there's no like cash shop in Elite Dangerous that I'm aware of. But it definitely throws you into the deep end and you're just like, what do I do? And the game just is like shrug emoji at you.
It
Just
looks like you better start Googling.
Yeah, you pretty much need like a wiki to fucking play the game, and it's kind of infuriating. And so the biggest problem with this sort of sandbox game is that it's like the Sahara Desert or whatever. You know, it's just nothing but sand. You're like, well, what do I do? And the game just like, I don't know, make fun, dummy. And you're like, but do I mine? Or like, if you want, do I pirate? If you want, do I ship things? If you want, you're like, okay.
Sounds a lot like Kenshi, but it's
Yeah.
space.
Kenshi's designed
Is-
to be like that, though. It's designed to fuck you.
Is
And
everybody
you're like,
back?
Man, I love this game. I just died, and now I have no limbs, and this homeless man is dragging me away to be a butt slave.
And I love this game.
I love this game.
And like the fucked up part about Elite Dangerous too is it has a lot of really interesting concepts in it too. Like, oh, cool, you can go onto planets, launch a wheeled attack vehicle, and like drive around on planets and shoot stuff. Awesome. You can get a multi-crewed ship now and have like co-op with your ships. Totally dope. And now they have the FPS thing where you can like get around on foot and shoot guns. And I'm like, this is all really cool. However, I still have no idea what I'm doing or why I should be doing it.
Is everybody back?
I think we're still waiting on Momo.
I've been here, bro.
Oh, you just been
shit.
quiet.
Sabine?
Hola, Momo.
Hola.
Sabine?
Destroy the children.
I'm here.
Why didn't you say so the first time, dum-dum?
Oh my god.
Because I hit
Abuse.
the wrong push to top button.
Very well.
Too busy destroying the child.
So,
Destruction Day.
as we return to the game.
Food.
Excuse me?
Oh, okay.
What?
What?
As we return to the game, you all have committed 2 hours down here.
I thought you were going to say heinous crimes.
Would you like to commit a third?
Absolutely.
No!
No.
Please, no. Yuria will glance to Morana. I haven't found anything. Have you?
Marana shakes her head.
It's not like there aren't crystals everywhere else. She glances with annoyance towards Alaric and Siluril.
That's exactly what I said.
She would at this point start to sweat, and the work would start to. I mean, it's been 2 hours, so definitely filled with, like, her hands are filled with dirt. Her hair is sort of dangling limply around her head. I say we
Yeah.
approach them, and if they don't go, then we go.
There's a quiet single nod of agreement.
All right. She will stop her work with the
Heart.
the cart, leaving it with the big man.
You leave the cart
committed for
behind?
murder. I do leave the cart behind to approach Alaric and Siluril.
Are Are you just like blatantly throwing the cart aside, like the wheelbarrow, and then just being like going about your business?
No.
Marana will
no.
man it in her absence.
Okay.
Because she said,
Alright.
I'll go talk to them.
Yeah.
So,
alright,
yeah.
She'll go saddle up between these two. Made any progress? She be glancing over their shoulders to see if they just so happen to have a crystal almost lodged out.
How does it look in the crystal?
You're making progress, but you're mostly chipping away at the earth around the crystal. You don't know if you're any closer or further from getting a crystal.
Is Yura checking like the site itself around
Yeah,
the
the site.
crystal or
Should be looking over your shoulder
the minor?
to see. Well, I mean, unless there's something like, are you like haggard at the moment? Are you like sweating? Are you about to pass out?
This what?
She'd be checking your crystal first, since you have your back to her. Oh, bro, nice crystal. You know, there are other crystals in this mine, and other avenues. Why are you so keen on looking at where the golem fell, and yet so resistant to finding other avenues in this place?
Woman, I will put this pickaxe through your head if you don't stop.
I am not keen on anything other than doing this work. We have spent hours here working on this while you've been playing in the dirt. Why are you so keen on going to the other part of the room? The other parts of this cave, In search for your play dog again? She will grunt as she swings it over her shoulders again, not looking at Yuria.
Yuria scowls at her back. No, he's not my play dog. You ever heard of keeping your enemies closer than your friends? How much do you know about him? The man who trouts around in chainmail and orders guards around. Do you not think that's somewhat important information? That he might know something?
I think there are information around many different places here.
I, for one, intend on finding them. It is that or waste away here.
Been here what? 2 days? 3? I don't know. Just work. Put some shoulder to it. No matter what you find, we're still prisoners.
We all have our allergies.
You think pushing the cart isn't work? There are other things to collect in here rather than crystals. She jerks her head towards the other prisoners. Things that are still vital if you intend on living here for an extended amount of time, which you two seem desirous of.
We were told to find crystals. We're mining for them.
What is this? You plan to just find a way out?
No.
Then what exactly do you think you are going to find? We are stuck here in this place for a reason. You could at least try to do the things you are taught to do.
And what is your reason?
Thoughts.
Silver stands like straight up and she just like tries to breathe in And breathe out as she wipes her forehead. Whether you like it or not, you have found yourself here. Hmm? Do you intend to leave? Is there some magic thing I do not know? I have no issue assisting you in your searches or whatever it is, as long as it is not folly.
It is investigation. It might be folly. I do not know what we will find. But considering we are mining magic, in a sense, I think it is worth finding out why these things are so valuable. Beyond what the champions say. If we can. But if you wish to continue to mine here, then Morana and I can go to the east, and you may fetch your crystal for whatever reward it gives you.
We asked if you'd like to go east before we started mining. Now we've been at this for how long? 2 hours, maybe. Of course I'll finish digging the bloody hole. I won't stop now.
Hilda, like, looks perplexed at your ultimatum. Upsettingly so.
Yuria's face would be rigid. The slightest quirk of her brow. Slight sense of irritation. But other than that, a cool expression.
Silderell's eyes half lit again as she stands up and kind of like hunches her shoulder a little bit.
I'm going.
Of course you're so steadfast. What if you go over there and this magic is overcoming again and you do not have this guard dog, as you call him, this chain-mailed brute?
That is why I'm asking you, madam. And there's a soft smile that spreads across her lips. You do seem apt at protecting people.
It is not your persuasion, nor your character that pulls me to protect. Letting you go there on your own would be dangerous to my wishes. She would kind of lean down and start picking up some of all the like earth and stuff that she dug out this crystal and putting it back.
There's a slight bow to her head. Whatever the reason, I appreciate it.
She kind of like starts like packing this earth around the crystal she was working on as if to hide that she was working on it.
Okay. We'll call this a sleight of hand check.
I thought that said 0. I was like, wait.
As you sort of pack the dirt around it, sort of keeping your attention left and right, sort of warily watching, you think you've done a good job.
She would look to Elric. What is he doing?
Halfway through the exchanges between the two, he saw where he was declining towards, and he turned and went back to the rock. He's mining.
Watch the ceiling and your own weapon, Your Highness.
Sildurl raises her eyebrow.
There's a mild scuff, but it doesn't stop his rhythm.
I'm serious. You don't have many friends in this place.
There's no answer.
Sure that Sildurl would come up to him and kind of place her like arm on his shoulder, like her hand heavy-handed on his shoulder.
He scoffs. The pickaxe is frozen halfway down. You see as he slides back a foot and slides forward the other, sort of coming into balance from his posture. You can't be serious.
Unfortunately, as fun as it sounds to defend these friends of yours alone, leaving you here would also leave you without protection. I would prefer that you come with us.
What do you think will happen if we don't find a crystal? We'll be in trouble. Bastille, perhaps.
There is no trouble for those that do not find a crystal. You said it yourself, we have been here a few days. It is just reward for those who work hard.
Let me also remind you that upon finding a crystal, we were not given leave like the others. We were given the arena. There is no safety in the crystals, just as there is no safety in not finding them.
I
There
do
are
not
gifts.
need your help.
She raises both her hands, sort of just steps back a little bit.
If I help you for a few moments here and attempt to dig this out to get yourself a crystal, will you come with us?
Elric looks to the side, eyes sort of veering off to the ground as he puts both hands to his waist.
Yeah, sure. I don't see any other choice anyway.
And he discards the pickaxe resentfully to the ground.
Sildurl's eyes would grow soft. You always have a choice. No matter what situation you are in. It is your choices that can decide different things for you. Come now, let's try to get this out for you. That way our friends can go have their findings. We've been down here for some time.
Trouble. That is what we'll find. And a big, fat waste of time. But let's go.
Sildurl nods in agreement.
Okay. Are you attempting to hide the crystal you've been working on as well, Alaric, or are you just leaving it there?
Absolutely.
Oh, you're gonna. Oh, okay.
Indeed.
Roll me a sleight of hand check, please.
Oh,
I will.
Sildurl offered to help you mine it, trying to cut the time in half.
Oh, mine it right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cutting the time in half would be a half an hour here.
Yeah, she was trying to help him cut the time in half for his crystal.
So what's
Okay.
that? An ability check at advantage or something?
Yes, it would be a strength check at advantage.
Okay.
Remember, when doing advantage, shift left click.
I just like clicking the plus sign after rolling. It's cute.
Yeah, we just like hit it like that that beginning part of fucking Dumbo where the guys are in the rain. Ting ting ting.
Yeah. Working together, your swings lining up perfectly. This symmetrical pattern that you've hit, where you strike, pull back, she strikes, pulls back, you strike, pull back. There is great synergy here. It does not yield a crystal, however.
It's a bigger hole, yeah. A bigger crevice.
Indeed. You have effectively exposed the roots of this crystal, in which you see that it is connected to like a larger, long-running veins that spread through the entirety of the rock. It's safe to assume that if all of the rock was pulled away from this stalagmite, it would be nothing but crystal beneath.
So we could find enough for everyone, by estimation.
Potentially. The hard part is getting the pieces.
Hey,
Okay. 2.5 hours have passed, though you have no real way of keeping track of time, and eventually it all fades together. But you've made progress. You can choose to stay, or you can leave with Marana and Yuria.
If they stay for another half hour tag teaming this one, I'm gonna roll another investigation to sift.
Okay.
Just
again,
a heads up.
if you're doing it by yourself, it will be an hour as you're working with.
I know. If they're doing it, if they're tag teaming again, that's
Gotcha.
what I said.
Yeah, Yuri will return to Marana and sort of just waiting for them, also to inform her what's going on. And she would help, quote unquote, but it's really more to basically look like she's busy more than actually looking for, having found no crystals at this point. It's really more just so that the guards don't come along and beat the shit out of her.
Well, Alec, what do you say?
in this
She kind of like leans up, like stretching her like torso side to side.
At this point, Alaric is staring at the root of this crystal with wonderment. I think that if we are to leave, and he pauses, looking furtively over his shoulder towards Morana and Juria, someone will grab this find. They'll dig through and scoop it out. It would all be for naught.
They want to keep going. Keep going.
If you're willing to bear that loss, then let's go. If you truly trust her, then let's go. If you think there's some sort of magical pot at the
I
end
wanted
of
to
this
be
road.
clear. I do not trust any of you. I've only just met you.
And not exactly as I mean it. If you believe she's right, I will go. But just recognize the loss, I suppose.
It is more the annoyance of not wanting to find them slaughtered or pureed against the rocks, like the poor souls before. The ones they could not save.
So that is where we are now? Guard dogs?
You can be whatever you would like to be, Your Highness. But if they were to go there and I found them hurt in my own selfish rights to mine away at this rock, I would attest that I would feel guilt.
Alaric leans back and stares at what he can of the ceiling, that warped rock face of a ceiling. Yield. All right.
She would hold out her arm, like open palmed, like expecting to grasp his. Like it's like up, you know? Like if we were at a table, it would be like we were about to arm wrestle. Let's see. One last time. We can do this. He does it. But if we are not strong enough to get it free, then we should at least follow them.
That was the agreement. And he looks down, sees the proffered hand, the shape of her arm, and swings out his own, grabbing her and giving it a shake. But like an up and down, wrenching kind of shake, right?
Yeah, it's like a rough, like,
Yeah.
like both palms up, like, ugh. She would call over her shoulder to the lazy one that Yuria, and she's just like, we're going again. Perhaps this will yield us something nice, Then we can go and search for your truths. As she's holding his hand up, like they're like powering to like form of like that kind of bullshit.
Nice.
Okay.
It's that picture where the two like really strong, muscly dudes are just like, ugh.
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Too many pencils.
Like forearms twining together, veins and muscle flaring up.
Okay.
To watch The Predator again. Holy shit.
You're watching this display, frowns and leans over the cart, blowing a sweaty strand of hair out of her face. I suppose we continue to work. She grumbles.
Okay.
She glances to Marana, seeing her reaction.
Morana kind of sighs and continues sifting through.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
Well,
She's assisting you anyway if you're staying for another 30, so roll with advantage.
Oh, okay.
and can I roll one investigation for the hour?
Indeed.
I too shall roll an
Nope, I got nothing.
investigation. My God, you found a
I found
mimic.
dirt.
You found dirt in your eyeball, I'm afraid.
Ooh, you shouldn't rub like that.
Oh no, it's like one of those moments where she cut the chilies and you end up touching your eye.
Oh no!
It's more so when breaking up these large clusters of dirt and rock.
It goes poof.
Yeah, it goes poof. There's like this spray
Oh,
of
God.
dust into the air, and it catches your face, and you immediately start sputtering and coughing. You make
no,
a scene.
she doesn't. But it's definitely like she's trying to
Oh my
get it out of her eyes.
How
Oh.
embarrassing.
That's right.
I do not sputter.
You don't sputter.
She just she just eats the dirt. Just dirt.
No,
Ma'am,
it
there's
just gets
dirt
into
on
the
your tongue.
eyes.
It hits her eyes, and that seems to be the only reaction from her.
Yuri's just stares at you uncomfortably for a moment as you just
Uncomfortably.
Almost better. Like Silverl gets it in her face, punches herself in the jaw, clears her throat, and spits all the dust back out. What?
she's like points to her own face. You have something there.
Where? And she just kind of like tries to, like with the back of her hand or back of whatever body part hasn't been entrenched in dirt to remove it. But that's it. That's all that happens.
Just the kneecap.
Okay. Your search, aided by Yuria, sort of taking over as you clear your face. And Alaric and Sildaril, further exposing the veins of this crystal. Do not come any closer to freeing it.
That's a crazy DC.
And I imagine the hole is so large that it's past hiding at this point.
It has it is like pulling aside a curtain on a bright summer day. There is this vibrant cerulean light that is bathing both of you. You have drawn the attention of other miners here who are like looking over their shoulder as they swing sort of half-heartedly, watching both of you work together. Almost akin to like vultures.
They're never going to leave now.
Yuria sighs, and on their next stop, she clears her throat next to the portly fellow to get his attention. Excuse me.
The figure sort of swinging, doesn't answer you for the first time, sort of swings, and then the third final strike embeds the head of the pickaxe into the wall as he turns. What?
Yuria purposely ignores the forceful actions of this man. I was wondering, how is it best to go about collecting these crystals? What have people done in the past to successfully pry them from their holes?
Roll my persuasion check.
This is where I die.
Not really. You're good. You're not going to get much, but you're good.
He sort of, you can see him roll his jaw. You can see him like press his tongue to like through the, against like the skin of his bottom lip, sort of jutting it out as he turns and spits to the side.
She would sort of like comb her hair back, trying to pull the sort of like sweet and innocent look, and it looks completely alien on her face.
Sweet and innocent on a ghoul.
Pretty much.
This figure is sort of eyeing you for a moment, just more so studying your expression than anything. Aim for the base. Wherever the crystal is rooted, aim for that. And if you keep talking to me, or those knife ears over there, keep talking to me, we're gonna have a problem.
Rude.
She quickly... she's not really intimidated, but she pretends to be, as that is the effect he probably desires. Of course. No more words. I'll let them know to respect your presence. She gives sort of like this...
Roll me a deception check.
Why? I fully plan on going over there.
Okay. As you're sort of apologizing, he's already turned his attention back to the stalagmite and is sort of pried his pickaxe free and has begun working again.
She glances to Marana. Watch the cut. And then sort of, before Marana can answer, starts scuttling over towards these two as they get attention.
We all hear the threat?
No, you both were working.
Oh.
She grips Alric by the shoulder as he's working and hisses in his ear. Aim for the base. And stop making enemies with the prisoners. You're making a scene. Get it done quick.
Alric kind of wrenches his shoulder free from her hand. And by how he's postured, it looks like he's about to take a swing at her with the pickaxe. But he doesn't.
Thought about it.
I well bloody know how to mine this thing. We've been told twice. Hit the base. Now piss off.
Then hit it. She scowls and stomps off.
This fucking...
Alaric just watches her walk off. His shoulders sagging, but his hands hard around the half of the pickaxe.
Okay. 3 hours have been committed down here. I'm going to ask this final question. Do you want to stay here and finish out your day here, thus potentially earning yourselves crystals? Or would you prefer what we've been doing? Rolling for every hour.
I think just for speeding things up, we should just decide where we want to be.
It's clear they're
In my
not going to
opinion.
stop until they get that goddamn crystal. So however long that goddamn crystal takes is how long we're going to be down here.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily.
You assume.
Hilariel and Alaric agreed that they would go off if they didn't manage to get to it by now. And they
But
haven't.
would seeing other people greedily looking at it, would Alaric give up that much work?
Well, he told Siluriel that he would if that's what she wanted. If she believed in Juria. So I guess we're at a standstill, huh?
Well, if you don't, I fully intend on slinking off. How about I do anyway?
Indeed.
What's the move here?
I think after waiting the 3 hours, Marana would kind of just give a look to Yuria and kind of glance in that location of the entrance. And just say, come on, we cannot let their principles get in the way of finding whatever information there might still be before it's wiped away or taken away.
I'm not certain there will be information to be had. But you're right. I want to see the rest of this mine, and what it holds.
If anything happens, we'll run.
She snorts. Agreed. Though you seem quite good at, sprinting. Exceedingly nimble for a woman on medication. There's a...
I can't keep it going for very long.
Understood. Well, let's go then. And, she would... I guess they would just... She would begin to leave the cart, and then pause and eye it a moment.
We could probably just take the minecart and push it forward.
Good idea.
You do remember that there is the other gentleman who's more or less been pushing the cart back and forth, and as you sort of take the cart away from them, they're like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Are we trading?
One was full. We just thought we'd take it forward. You weren't here.
he like sets both of his fists onto his hips. A very like, how dare you look?
Oh my god, he's a Karen.
We'll
We're
give
not
it back. We're not taking over.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I am but a small bean. That is my small bean impression.
You can see him sort of posturing, right? Like pushing his chest out, sort of squaring his shoulders back, trying to be intimidating. And as he sort of looks at both of you, the almost emaciated frame of Yuria,
keep saying that, bro.
and the both of you being these pale women, sort of just go on.
Oh no, they feel bad for us.
That pity roll.
Pity.
She
Hey.
plays up the sort of exhausted, like, oh, I'm so tired, and gives him a limp curtsy. You are a gentleman, sir.
There's like the sort of dismissive wave of the hand as he reaches for one of your two pickaxes.
It's kind of like, don't make me change my mind, kids.
Like he's like, if you're taking my cart, then you're giving me your pickaxe because I'm going to work. So who's giving up their pickaxe?
Ellen.
Oh no.
Yuria glances to Morana and then sort of gives up her pickaxe since she hasn't used it once.
Okay. I'll be removing it from your sheet.
My axe. That's okay. I'll just use one of the animated ones.
Yeah. And then I guess we're pushing the cart forward until we get to the other map.
Indeed.
At this point, we'd see them leaving, yeah?
Yeah, you would have heard the kerfuffle, the situation with the other worker, and then you'd have seen him take Yuria's pickaxe as they begin pushing the cart up towards the lift.
Yeah, at this point, Alaric visibly slows down. Like he has, I imagine it many times before throughout the hours. Meaning that he's about to speak. And as he sets the pickaxe against the stone, he gives Siluriel a sideways but meaningful look. I think you should go with them. I could guard this thing.
Right. She kind of like stands up straight, and you hear like the of like her back as she like rubs at her forearms and her biceps.
Look, with some luck, I'll have enough crystals for the four of us. Maybe we can down a bird or two with just one stone.
Alright then. I will go and help.
Sure.
Okay. The party is split again. Sildaril, Yuria, and Morana travel north, with Alaric attempting to lay claim to the crystal.
Just keep working, I suppose.
It ain't honest. It ain't much, but it's honest.
Okay.
Honest work.
We come back and he's got like a fucking trucker hat on, a weed coming out of his face.
He's wearing overalls.
He's gone native. So yeah, I'm just gonna place her right there. Just kind of.
Okay. Yeah, you guys begin traveling up. making your way out of the southern mine and making your way into the central mine. Just to ask one more time, Alaric, you're staying here?
Yes.
Okay. Silderil, please move your token up there for me.
As they go along, Yuri would be picking up like sharp stones.
Sula is incredibly annoyed. Just that like vacant face with like the like half-lidded look as she follows you with her pickaxe.
I feel safe.
Okay.
You shouldn't.
We'll be doing a map transition as the party guides the cart up to the central platform and sort of deliver it for the other worker there who begins cleaning it out, shoveling it out, as you guys begin making your way into the eastern mine. During this, Alaric, the moment that Sildaril, Yuria, and Marana are out of view, the portly man and two others make their way to where you're working.
As he sees them approach, he takes a more surrounding step in front of the vein, sort of bodily making sure it's checked by his presence. Pickaxe up. Although he makes a note to pause once he sees the shadow of the first approaching man and looks him over expectantly.
Him and the other two, him mostly as he walks up, sort of tightly holding the pickaxe by like its neck, sort of wearing this sneer. I think you're in our spot.
Alaric grimaces. Slowly, you see as his left, then right shoulder leans and pulls into place. Him going straight. Come again?
Maybe you didn't hear me with those crooked ears of yours. I said you're in our spot.
Is the one in front of Alaric the one talking?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take a swing at him with the
Okay.
pickaxe.
Oh boy.
Indeed.
Oh,
It's
boy.
initiative.
Wonderful.
Let's get ready to rumble.
I have to clear the previous encounter.
Oops.
There we go. Let's see. It's combat time.
We like it here. Is it an attack and then initiative, or is it
Correct.
attack after initiative? Okay.
You swing first?
I don't have.
So.
Yeah, I don't have the pickaxe in my inventory.
You got first.
Oh, hold on then. Let me get that for you. You do. Do you have to make sure it's equipped though, Dum Dum?
Ooh, apologies. I am a dum-dum.
All right. It's initiative. 17 hits. Dealing 6 points of damage. Okay. Catching into the guy, you can hear like the as he's like forced under the weight. He's still standing.
I'm gonna take another swing at him.
Okay. That hits.
Oh my god.
All right. Let's see. 6. Okay. And minus that. Okay. He looks bloodied.
Oh my god, they have more HP than me. I'm dead.
All right. You're staying there?
Am I staying there? No, I'm gonna run. How far is it this way up?
You're going to run?
Absolutely.
Okay. He's going to take an attack of opportunity.
Very good. It is his right. Just gonna embed this pickaxe into this man twice. He's still standing. Oh fuck! And then run.
Okay. He swings as you move. So go ahead and move your token. Missing you, however, as the pickaxe goes wide, sort of almost catching into the fabric of your rough spun clothing. But you manage to get away. It's now the other prisoner's turn. Following after his friend. He's going to throw a rock at your back. For a 15 to hit.
It hits.
You are dealt 1 point of bludgeoning damage as the rock cracks against the small of your back.
He staggers. Dust kicks up. He falls into a knee, but quickly gets up again, running.
Okay. It is the one that you struck, the one that is bloody. He looks bleeding, but you can see like gritted teeth, the stain of blood that's pushing past, and he is sprinting after you. What's your movement speed?
30.
10, 20, 25, 30. You would be back one, good sir.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, because he would be able to catch you.
You would.
And he's going to swing at your back. Make sure that's showing the... There we go. As he swings with the pickaxe.
He sure does.
That is a 16 to hit.
And he hits.
As he embeds, dealing 3 points of damage to you.
All right.
Sinking the pickaxe into like your shoulder. The other one goes. He's also going to throw a rock at you.
Very well.
That is a 16 to hit. You are dealt 1 point of bludgeoning damage as the rock cracks against the back of your head.
All right.
All right. It's your turn.
We are taking another swing at this man.
Let's see it. That hits. Okay. He is looking mortal. As your
No
pickaxe.
running anymore.
Okay, you're standing your ground?
Yep.
All right. As you catch this man, he is struggling to stay upright. You can see where the deep gashes are from the pickaxe. The head of your pickaxe bloodied. You've created holes in this man's rough spun clothing, but that sort of more primal look, that like rage that is bubbling up from him. This man is obviously either has combat experience or is used to inflicting and taking damage.
He's the real protagonist.
All right. Next is this one. Who runs up and he is going to... he doesn't have a pickaxe. He's going to attempt to bludgeon you with his hand. That is a 22 to hit.
And it hits.
As this right hook connects across your jaw, dealing 3 points of bludgeoning damage. It's now that you realize you're getting surrounded.
I am.
The one that you had struck down, he takes another swing at you. You can see like the hatred in his eyes. It is a 14 to hit.
It hits.
All right, you are dealt 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Or piercing, sorry. How are you looking?
3 HP.
Okay. The other prisoner. You are being surrounded now.
I am.
Going to make a unarmed strike with a +2 for flanking. That is a 24 to
Can we
hit.
see this?
I am down.
Okay.
Aren't we standing like right there?
You guys are in the central thing. Remember, they waited until you were gone. However...
Yeah, we're technically off the map. However, guards are kind of going.
Yes. That is the situation. So, as you fall to the ground, unconscious, Alaric, I need your death save.
Hold on, I'm trying to...
And a memory, please.
Would we see the guards going that way? Because
that's what's about to come to.
Yeah.
Private GM roll, yeah?
Indeed. Okay.
All right.
Give me your memory. As the last thing you see and feel is the left hook connecting across your jaw, or against like your temple.
And with its concussive force, the din of violence dissipates, and as Alaric crumbles and crumples to the ground, he fades off into a blurry image of the past. He's sitting beside a much larger figure to the sound of a rickety cart trundling and tuckling down the road. In this memory, his face is covered in shadow, almost as though he's there but not quite there, distant, yet shoulder to shoulder with little Alaric, who is now holding the reins, struggling to maintain these 4 horses on the lane. Come on, little Alaric. You've got this. It is merely 4 beasts. You must have them fall to your command. Put some shoulder into it, boy. And Alaric tries, but as they club and they charge and down comes a curve and the cart twists, he himself goes up with the force of the reins and flies off of the cart in direction of some tall bushes on the side. Boy, wait! And an arm reaches out, trying to grab him. A long, thick limb, covered in fur. And that's as far as this memory goes.
Okay. Marana, Yuria, and Sildaril, please roll me perception checks.
It's probably nothing.
Okay. All of you, upon hearing what sounds like a scuffle, a fight, amongst the ringing of the pickaxe and the sort of scraping of stone, would watch as two of the guards currently on rounds, their heads on swivels, turning to look over their shoulder and immediately are bolting. You watch as they draw the large sort of cudgels that they have. And you would be able to follow if you so choose.
Silveril would. She would look at them and be like, go find whatever you want, so. Clearly, I can't leave you all alone. She would turn to follow the guards. Like half-lidded, fucking full well knowing, god damn it.
Okay. You all would
Walk away
notice.
for 5 minutes, fucking.
You all would notice, especially you, Silveril, as you're following the guards that are running, and are sort of very hastily approaching. You would watch one of the guards reach into like the vest that he wears, and produces this about palm-sized disc or something akin to it, in which he sort of holds it in front of himself as he's running, with the other hand sort of raised upwards, the cudgel in hand as he's running. And you would watch as it glowed momentarily and then vanished as he like pulled his hands in entirely.
What was it?
It was like a palm-sized, it almost looked like a plate. But it glowed momentarily. Then he closed his hands and it disappeared. And then you would watch as the three that are standing, the Primidium collars that they're wearing glow bright red. And then a almost like a surge or a small link of electricity connects the three in a triangle. And you would hear what sounds like however many jolts of electricity coursing through a person's body as the three are seized in this strange electrical sort of link, as electricity is shared between all three of them, and they are being violently electrocuted.
They got tased.
Indeed.
Don't tase me.
It doesn't stop the guards, however. As they approach, the cudgels come down and they start beating the prisoners that are being shocked right now.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, elemental and physical damage at the same time.
Double.
Yay, police brutality!
You watch as one of the guys sort of straining drops the rock, and sort of is only able to look to his right, only to see the like baton come down and connect into his face, like sending him down to the ground. And the guard just gets like 3 or 4 more swings in before the guy's body is only moving because it's being electrocuted.
Oh, damn.
The other man on the other side of Alaric faces a similar fate. As the guards just systematically work through the prisoners, bludgeoning them, and then moving to the final guy who looks wounded. About as wounded as Alaric, though, you know, somewhat standing, somewhat kneeling, because he is stuck from the electricity. They come up to him, and it's like a tag team WWE moment where it's like,
Oh my god.
Chair!
it's like a baton swing to the face, followed by like a boot to the side of the head.
Oh man.
Until
X
like
going to give it to you.
yeah, until the person's laying on the ground, and then it's both of them just swinging their batons like they're participating in the mining of this place.
So a proper prison beating is what we're seeing.
Indeed.
Yep.
They're mining through his head.
Not gonna find any crystals in there.
In which combat is over.
Forcefully ended. With impunity.
As you would see, this is what the guards do to those that fight outside of the arena.
Maybe inside too.
They look beaten and busted, like their faces are full of large welts, and you can tell, like those of you more medically inclined could tell, like the socket of the eye is broken and everything like that. They did not hold back. They didn't beat Alaric though.
Oh yeah, because his ass is laying out on the floor.
He didn't resist.
But there is the moment where it all sort of settles down. The electricity fades. Their collars regain normal coloration. And they're sort of like, they take their cloaks and are sort of like wiping off the blood from their batons. And they just leave them there.
Well then.
They both turn around and begin making their way back up the path.
They just step on Cyril.
So the doll's just like, She will walk past him and again come up to Alaric and try to. She like bends down and she'll pick him up and pull him around the corner.
Okay. I need
Princess Carrie.
I need one more death saving throw from you, Alaric.
Princess Carrie.
Okay. You have pulled Alaric away. What are you all doing?
Question. Had we ruled on whether or not the draconic healing would work? I didn't know if we had.
Remember, we talked about your wings would work.
I think draconic healing is technically a spell.
Correct. It gives you cure wounds.
Okay.
Yep.
I just didn't know because I didn't need a spell slot for it.
If you would like, you can try and roll a medicine check to stabilize Alaric.
That is what I will do.
Okay. Understand. As is the DC with all of this, at least when doing these checks, the DC for medicine is 15. If you fail, you will give him a death saving throw failure.
Bruh.
That's how it's always been. So what are you doing?
Bruh.
What are you doing?
This is dumb. I don't want to kill him. But like she would do what she's always done to fall in like people on the like battlefield that she could try to help with.
Absolutely. Roll me a medicine check. I've just given you the DC.
I'm not proficient in medicine, bro.
Oh.
I'm gonna kill him.
You're not proficient in medicine. You may make it worse.
No.
Okay. Well, I need an answer on what's happening, or else I'm going to have him roll a death save again.
Yuria probably would have come back if Marana agreed.
If Yuria's going, Marana's going.
So it would be her turn to roll her eyes before the beating happened. We should probably make sure our friends are fine first.
She's like holding him on her lap like she would have, like someone in her, like a squadron, right?
Sort of looming behind all this with the cart, she nudges Morana. Don't you have some knowledge of medicines?
In making them, but not application thereof. I'm no alchemist.
So you are not apt in tending to those sorts of wounds. She gestures to the brutal scene before the two.
She just shakes her head.
Both of you roll me a perception check.
Perception. Not much.
Oh, that was almost a 1.
Okay.
It really was.
Both of you would see, as the guards have like returned to their post, other guards are returning, and sort of finishing up their walks and everything like that. You would see the Arcanist walking with like a hurried pace until he sees both of you.
Yuria would meet eyes with him and then beckon with a finger.
He approaches. I heard there was a fight. Where?
She jerks her head behind her. Our Highness has been brutally injured by 3, and then those 3 have been put down by the gods.
He doesn't even spare like another second. Like he nods firmly and then is immediately making his way down to to where the 3 unconscious figures lay.
4, there's 4.
Does he have any medication on him or potions or anything like that?
Not that you see.
Curious. Sildarill's just like, she like presses, she like holds him right against like her like lap or whatever, this unconscious dumbass. And is like pressing her head to like his chest to check his pulse and like try to hear his heart and shit. And she's like, but bro, I know field medicine, bro. And she's like looking around him frantically like,
The Arcanist you would hear approaching as he sort of slows for a moment to look down at the busted frames of these other prisoners. Blood and ashes. They did not spare any strength here. If you'd be if you'd be as kind, I'm certainly going to try.
What are you going to do, Arcanist? Send him to the Astral Sea too?
Yes.
Got him.
Me and him are leaving. Good day.
That'd be pretty funny.
For what it's worth, I do know a little bit of medicine. You watch as his left hand opens, and there is a small, about palm-sized crystal. And he, you remembering the very cold nature of the crystals, is sort of very gently applying it to where the bruises are. Alaric. Alaric, roll high or low?
Hi.
Very well.
Astral Sea.
Okay.
Pull a new character.
Roll me another death saving throw, please.
There you go, good sir.
Ah. Okay. All right.
Well, I didn't see a pop up, so he's not dead.
Alaric. Explain how you regain consciousness.
Is the Arcanist kneeling over him?
Indeed, he's sort of resting on both of his knees, and he's sort of a very sort of caring expression on the face as he's gently applying the crystal to the wounds, and that sort of cold sensation that's washing over the heat of the adrenaline and everything like that.
It is that prickling cold feeling of the crystal creeping through his chest, that alienating sensation rushing across him, the thing that jolts him awake, and in a flash his right hand reaches up and seizes the Arcanist's wrist. Wait. I'm awake. And just like that, the strength he had to hold his arm floods out of him. And it's just his limb hanging off of his.
Philder would catch his dumb arm.
You've been deadly wounded, I'm afraid. You need to rest just for a moment.
The other man.
The other man, I believe, is currently struggling to breathe through what remains of his face. Be thankful you are not in a similar situation.
They will
Wonderful.
taken care of.
Help me up. Help me finish the job.
Slowly. No. The gods will return, and they'll do the same to you, I'm afraid.
Alaric is in a dark mood. He ignores the Arcanist. You can see his tangly self full of embarrassment for what has
Philder would
happened
restrain
to him.
him.
He is restrained, never mind.
Yeah, she's holding him on her lap. She's just like, don't move.
The Arcanist has very gently pulled the pickaxe from your hand.
How is she restraining him, by the way?
Well, she was holding like right arm behind his back and like left arm on his like torso. And so she just connects her fingertips and holds him still.
As the Arcanist very slowly pulls the pickaxe away, all of the energy that Alaric has left is mobilized towards leaning towards it, his neck pressed into Silur's arm.
Your Highness, you are... Oh, excuse me.
Oh, right. Just cough in his face. All right. Real cool, Arcanist. Real neat. Just give him COVID right there. Right
I almost died. The Arcanist sort of gently placing a hand to your chest as he holds the pickaxe out back towards Ioria. It is best that you take your time. The gods will not give you much for you to catch your breath. They will expect you to continue working. Injuries do not excuse a lack of work, per Lord Hane's instructions. So take your time. I would pull him into one of the corners and rest while you are able before the guards do their rounds.
Yuri would pick up one of the axes left by the crumpled gang. Now I got a cart and an axe.
You'd have picked it up from the portly fellow.
Indeed.
The other two
Even
just had their
here,
hands.
Thanks, idiot. They don't have anything on them, I'm assuming. Like,
No.
Yo,
They
you
were
got it,
wearing the
Chris.
same exact clothes as you.
Yo, you got it, Chris.
Continue, Alec.
Apologies. Even here, strewn out across Siluriel's lap, Alaric's looking at the ground where the pickaxe was with this four-eyed, far from center stare. And his body is heaving with breaths, like intakes and outtakes, just loud and lurching exhalations. His hands are flexing, and even though he's bleeding, he seems more embarrassed than hurt, no matter how banged up he is. It is as though this whole situation is far from the sort of decorum he wishes to uphold.
I don't mean to be accusatory, Your Highness. What provoked 3 otherwise mundane-looking individuals to attack you?
Takes a while. Elric takes that longest settling breath and then looks up at the Arcanist, eyes blinking and blurry. I dug a mine. I dug it good. Deep. I almost made it to its base. They saw it. The greedy dogs, they wanted it. They attacked me for it.
And you successfully hid them off from taking your claim, Your Highness. You should be proud of that.
I am trying to feel, my friend. But I feel only pain.
There's a very gentle pat on your chest as he places the crystal there. Present that to the gods. They'll give you some respite, a chance to catch your breath, and consider it an investment in good deeds.
He tries to accept the crystal, as in take it in his palm, but all he manages is to press his hand to his solar plexus and let it fall into it.
Sudaru, if you would be as kind as to guide him up to the gods.
I will do my best.
Thank you. He pushes himself up to stand, sort of brushing at his knees and sort of dusting his hands off.
Soldero would just kind of slap at like the area on his arm and be like, "Can you stand?"
And he stands.
It is a struggle. But
Well,
yes.
Elric makes sure to borrow as much as he can of Siluril to help himself up, and with his left hand he tilts downwards the pickaxe and attempted at first to use it as a cane until he remembers that the top is weighted. So when he tries to lift it up, his arm just doesn't budge, so he just leaves it there.
it falls on the floor.
Yep.
Soldero would support him like she has done this before.
Perfect. Then it is not a struggle. Just a slower pace to get up towards the guards. Yuria, I see your your thing there. Roll me a strength check, please.
Think
You feel your arms reverberate from the swing as like the pickaxe head bounces off the base of the crystal.
As we go by the 3 fallen prisoners, Alaric will try to commit their faces to memory.
Yeah. What remains of them? Go ahead and roll me.
grudges.
Go ahead and roll me. We'll call this a perception check to try and gain what their faces look like. Okay. Despite the broken nature of their face, the sort of twisted appearance that has been done in by boot and weapon, you manage to sort of retain those faces and sort of hold them in your head as you begin to make your way up with Sildaru.
As Alaric wheezes and fumbles by with Siluril, he's got this graveyard look to his face. It's like a bag of daggers, right? Lean jaw angrily clenched, black eyes angrily narrowed. He remembers them. He will remember them.
The grudge has been made.
Indeed.
All right.
The true BBEG.
For the sake of this, I'm going to take another break because I got to use the restroom. We'll give this one, we'll call this one a real simple 5-minute break. Bathroom, water, what have you. And then we're going to do some time skips.
Woo.
But I want to talk to the Arcanist.
Yeah, you fucking wait. Shut the fuck up.
No. The DM has to cut us off. We will literally continue to roleplay for.
Yeah. He has to be like, okay, children.
Stop it.
Recess is over. Get back.
But just one more line of dialogue, sir. Just a
No.
region of dialogue, please.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Just the tiniest drop, a dollop of character.
No.
Oh, fine. I guess you're just gonna railroad us then.
Oh my god. Listen, sometimes a little railroading is necessary.
It's a gateway railroad.
It's less of a railroad and more of like the roped pathway. Like, follow the path, for the love of God.
Leashing the kids to yourself as you go through Walmart. I understand.
Yes, baby leashing. The DM has baby leashed us.
I feel like that should be mandatory.
Baby leashes?
Yeah, like if your kid has a chance, you know, if you're not like putting them in a cart or carrying them around, you should leash them. Well, every time I go to a store where there's like some little kids running around, they inevitably run into me or do some other stupid kid shit, and then I end up like tripping over them or like having to pretend that it's cute and like give the parents a smile while they give me that like suffering glance, like, oh, kids will be kids, and I'm just like, yeah, it's adorable.
They weren't.
It's adorable.
Oh yeah, kids will be kids. Don't have them.
Yeah, perhaps consider
If you
not
can't take care of a pet, don't get a pet.
Yeah, just please.
I have to leash my dog.
Yeah, my dog is cleaner and probably more responsible than your devil spawn. So please, stop
As a
inflicting.
parent, don't have kids, lol. That's not a glowing endorsement.
Oh god.
It's amazing.
And she's dead, Jim.
You killed her. Good job. Momo died.
You meet just like that.
The end.
Hi.
Just like that virus.
Oh my god.
Oh, the virus of unspecified origin.
He approaches. Yeah, roll a death saving throw, lol.
It's coming now.
I can't complain about my kids.
I'm fairly sure that's like a biological imperative. You're not allowed.
Never turn.
Help.
This here, as the Elder Scrolls foretold.
DM, help. I brought up a kid's metaphor as a joke, and now they're talking about children and how evil they are.
It'll
What
never
have I
end.
done? What have I done?
A what metaphor?
A kid's metaphor. Like children, using children as a metaphor.
Oh.
And now they're like, I hate kids.
Yeah, that's always going to happen, though.
Even Sabine. Especially Sabine.
Especially Sabine.
Go ahead. Tell us how much you love your daughter.
How deep is this mine? Relatively deep. It is not, surprisingly, it is not the lowest portion of Hane Keep, though.
Yeah. I imagine not.
So this somewhat spiraled.
Trying to figure shit out.
Guys, I just wanted to go right.
That's all.
Today's been a very weird session.
I just want to go right, bro.
I just want to go right. Please.
I found Gaston, the prisoner.
Well, what are you in for? Murder.
Oh.
So you're not the good guy.
I'll be
I
over
don't
here.
think it was that guy, right? Was it that
It
guy?
was that guy. It was the murderer.
exactly that.
It was that guy.
Of course.
The guys that you guys squared up, you know, and then came back. Like,
Wait. So one of the guys that stole me was the portly man?
Yeah.
the guy,
I see.
the guy who was talking to you,
Of course.
the man with the axe, the man you swung at.
I told Lord Hane to go and fuck himself. Now I'm down in a hole.
Yep.
We're all in a hole. They're just
I
different.
mean, technically, yes.
You're not even working. The rest of us are working.
Huh? literally pushing a cart around, not working. By the way.
Man,
What the
Sabine,
fuck?
pardon me, you.
Talking
What?
about Sabine.
Oh. They keep saying I'm not working.
The joke was in the tune I was singing.
She's working to stay upright and not drown.
Mm.
That's the word.
Drowning. That sounds like a pickle.
That is a problem.
Neat. I need to update my notes real quick.
But yes, the portly gentleman that Sildaril was like, "What? You trying to be lazy too?" That's the one who came over and was like, "Hello, face. Meet pickaxe."
He didn't have a pickaxe.
Grave acts of violence now.
X gonna give it to you. But it's Alaric the one that got slammed.
Fuck that
Action
prince.
economy. Ha-cha-cha-cha.
Hello. I understand that you might be really good, so I brought my friends along.
You're sort of a big lad.
Be a shame if you were to get flanked.
They have rocks.
The action economy's in shambles. All right.
Bro, just one more dialogue.
Okay.
I return. I have successfully
scared.
made my dogs high. We're good.
Nice.
Nice.
They're anti-anxiety treats.
Oh, that's adorable.
They get them all high and weird.
Oh.
Okay. You all, Sildaril, you are assisting Alaric up. The Arcanist has sort of turned his attention to those of you that are here. And he sort of waits for a moment until Sildaril and Alaric are out of there, up further towards the guards.
Every time.
Yuria would be sort of, well, she would be standing there with the pickaxe in hand, having basically just bounced her pickaxe against the crystal to no effect. Sort of shaking her hand at the attempt as it sort of hurt her wrist. She gives a scoff.
Morana looks expectantly towards the Arcanist.
He waits for a moment, just sort of studying what's been exposed. Slowly nods. So he turns his attention to look to both of you.
She meets his eyes.
What are you doing?
She sort of tilts her head.
I mean, this whole ordeal. I hear, as the guards start running, that there is a fight. And I assume it was Alaric's persistence, and that you did not willingly leave him at the hands of those who do not like royalty.
Perhaps some of us should not float their royalty to everyone in a prison. But of course, that is a bit late. Anyway, to answer your question. They were working on this crystal that you see so well exposed. So all this for that chunk of rock. Morana and I are not... Well, I'm not. She side-eyes Morana. Perhaps this one will surprise me, but I suspect neither of us are really built for this sort of work. We were working with the cart over there, and we wanted to explore the mines. Perhaps find... You seem like you want to speak.
How about we do that next time, and you inform me of your intent so we may go together. And here's a trick for you. a gift, as it were. You watch as he leans into the base of the crystal. He takes the pyridium manacle that he has, and sort of where the fist is that locks it, he sort of surprisingly taps it against the base of the large crystal, and you watch as a small, like, web-like crack form over the base. Hit that.
So he used his manacles?
He struck the base of the crystal with his manacle.
There's some property of the Ion's Bane that makes the crystal vulnerable.
Indeed. Work smarter, not harder, I found.
Clever.
I do like to imagine I have my moments. I'll leave you to it.
There's something about these crystals you're not telling us.
He pauses and gives a raise of his brow.
The orc mentioned that they can be used as explosives. You say they store magic. She points towards the ceiling. Explain that.
My studies, as being a member of the Cinder Spears, is in that of evocation. I study more explosive magic, as it were. Magic like this has freak properties all of the time. Mutations are bound to occur. In a location like this, so dense with magic, who knows what could happen?
I suspect you do, but I won't push.
There's any number of things. If the reports are to be believed, it's more akin to the magic from the Feywilds than anything else.
Both eyebrows raise.
Oh.
It's curious. Oh, didn't mean to ping them out.
You're familiar with the Feywilds?
I don't think so.
His attention drifts to Marana.
DM, am I familiar with it? Or do I know of just creatures that might come out of it?
Probably just creatures that come out of the Feywilds. So, you would probably know about, fairies and stuff like that.
Fairies, probably hags.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I only know of creatures that might come from the Feywild to our world. They're magical in nature.
Close. The magic from the Feywilds is, how best to put it, volatile. It is not easily contained. And the effects that it has are random at best. Just be mindful, is all. I would not go about throwing crystals if I were either of you. At least not by yourself.
There's a small smile. Of course. You are a clever man. I hope you put that cleverness to use when you try to find my brother. With that, she strikes at the crystal.
Okay. Roll me a strength check.
Yeah, Marana will help her.
Okay. With advantage.
I swear to fucking God.
Yeah.
Time to look
Don't worry,
hella
we're trying to get enough for everyone.
Time to look hella dumb.
Nope.
Ting! Nothing.
Well,
Oh no,
It
the
was
twigs
going
have
to be
banded
dramatic.
together.
The twigs have banded
He-
together.
He's walking away and hears the reverberating strike of the pickaxe. Stops. looks back over his shoulder in like
She
amazement.
is staring hard at the crystal, not looking at it. There's just this focus of death.
He purses his lips together, looking to you, Marana. You were speaking, so I was acknowledging that.
No, I was just gonna, advise Yuria to hold on and see if I can give it a couple more taps with the manacles to jimmy it a little bit more.
Ting, 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 ting. The large sort of webbing spreads further.
Okay. All right. Oh, Sabine. Disappeared.
Yeah.
She finally drowned in the Bastille. Pity.
Well, fuck. But yeah. So then I think we're gonna keep at it to try and make up for this.
I wish you ladies the best of luck. He gives a low bow. Very practiced.
Small curtsy in return.
Yuria is just glaring death at this stupid crystal.
And he turns.
Hey, how funny would it be if I hit it and then just shatter it to fucking pieces? That'd be funny as hell.
She will die. I will roll death saving first.
Okay.
I'll do it. I'll fucking
Final
do it.
roll. If you would like to roll with advantage, Marana, you may.
Does Yuria want to let me roll with advantage?
Well, I think it's at advantage because you.
Because we're helping
your
each other.
manacles again, but yeah, sure.
Nope, DC is lowered because of the manacles.
Oh,
Yeah.
Without the manacles, the DC was a natural 20.
But yeah, so strength. How do I do the hold shift?
Shift and left click.
Shift, left click, ability. Nope, that's gonna be 14.
Brother.
Okay, we'll come back to both of you.
Yeah. Listen, I don't have a good strength score, okay? I'm trying.
We'll come back to both of you.
Yep.
It's been 3 days.
This is where we are going to do some time skipping. For the sake of brevity, as it were.
It really has been 3 days.
We've only been here 3 hours.
The camera pulling back as the cerulean light begins to fade and is instead replaced with the sloshing sounds of running water. As our attention turns to the Bastille. As I adjust that, there we go. And map transition. Sabine, are you here? Sabine?
Did I disconnect again?
You did.
Sorry, having some internet problems.
It's all right. The perspective pulls into the sunken Bastille. Both of you.
Oh, they didn't put us in cells side by side? That stinks.
No, they did not. You reside in your cell. The water, as it stands currently, is up to your waist. But it is frigid, and it bites at your skin. What are you both doing?
Go ahead.
I'm going to see, so it's up to my waist, so based on height, that would probably put it at about 3 feet.
Yes.
I'm going to look around the cell for anything at all, or is it bare walls, nothing?
Sure. Roll me a perception check. Perception or investigation. Glancing around, you see the slick walls that surround you, and you cannot make out anything in the water beneath you. You do feel something brush against your leg.
We'll let out a little bit of a yelp.
Okay. Kellen, what are you doing?
These cells are completely enclosed, like on all sides. There's like a grate on the other side to let water in, I'm assuming.
There is. There is the sort of multi-barred entrance here, which is how the water gets in.
How sturdy is that looking with all this constant exposure to seawater?
Roll me investigation. Compared to the slickness of your walls and the sort of grime that you can feel along the floor, the bars seem to be the only thing that are clean.
And they're like sturdily affixed. There's no breaking through them or jimming them or anything like that.
It looks like they are mounted into their respective areas, right? So they're both like mounted into the ground, the wall, and then the ceiling up above. So it's not like they open or anything like that. They are just a permanent fixture. You could try, but by doing it by hand, who knows what'll happen.
What about... So the clothes they gave us, so the shoes have like laces.
You
or
have
anything
no
like
shoes.
that? Okay.
Your if you look at your inventory, you'll see what your rough spun clothes consist of.
And there's guards stationed here?
You cannot see that. Actually, I guess, let's see. What's your passive perception? You would hear them, but you wouldn't be able to see them from your current position.
They're just sitting there talking to each other, like yelling across the way at each other or something?
Nothing like that, but you can hear like the sort of scuff of their like plate mail or their chain mail as they're sort of leaning or resting against the wall. You can hear like one like like clearing his throat type deal.
So the one closest to him can, if he talks, then the guy could hear him, right?
Yeah, safe to assume.
So how long have you been stationed here?
Ooh. Roll me a persuasion check. The guard sort of grunts for a moment. You can hear like the approach. Sort of peers in.
Just waves up at him with a small smile.
Oh, wow. I don't know. I think it's like been 2 years.
How are you finding it?
Comfortable. Lord Hane pains well.
I'm supporting your family back on the mainland, then?
Don't got one.
That's unfortunate. Just saving up money for yourself?
Yeah. I have a place in mind.
Well, tell me about it. It's going to be a while. I figure we can pass the time. Otherwise, we'd be standing in silence and bored, so tell me your dreams.
You can see him sort of look at you for a moment, just sort of peering into it, and then glancing to the right to see what the other guard is doing. The other guard seems either fixated on something else or just not caring. I mean, there's a place in Stymore. It's called Luberg. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I'm sure I've heard of it, yeah.
I would say so, though. Actually, roll me a history check, because this isn't mainland. Yeah. You would know that Luberg is in Stymore, which are the home of the shipwrights.
My fucking map out here.
It's off the eastern coast, close to Vinheim.
Close to Orange, Bastille, Hazel. Okay, I think I got a general idea. Yeah, Luberg, I see it.
Yeah, just somewhere to settle down, away from people I don't know.
That's safe. Can respect the need for change and a new start. That's admirable, really. What would you do there?
He sort of gives you a quizzical look.
Open a tavern, fishing. It is on the coast, is it not?
Yeah, it's fishing. I've heard that there's good catch out there in Stymore.
Well, it is sort of an island of its own. I wouldn't be surprised. Besides, like good fishermen are hard to find, and it takes a good constitution and patience. It's probably more entertaining than guarding, doing nothing for hours on end. At least when you catch a fish, there's that moment of excitement, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's a good dream. Maybe find yourself a wife while you're there.
He sort of purses his lips together. Yeah, maybe.
He's not being condescending. He's like genuinely being like just conversational.
It's just the reaction that the man had to like the talk of a wife and everything like that. He sort of just purses his lips together.
You don't think that you can find a wife? Sure you can. I'm sure the guy doesn't look like a fucking bridge troll, right?
Roll me a perception check from all the way down there.
Well, not everybody's shallow.
Damn, can't see shit.
Trying to look upwards towards him, his back sort of illuminated by the light, casting a shadow over his face. It's really hard to make out any details of this guy. But he just sort of gives a shake of his head. No, I don't think it's for me.
You might be surprised. A man who wants a simple life is hard to find, believe it or not. Most people have these lofty aspirations, like they are owed more than most. I'd say a life as a fisherman is appealing. Actually, I feel like I kind of envy you.
There's a sort of snort. I think if I was in your situation, I'd envy anyone.
Maybe, but then not everyone in my situation has a good conversation partner. You seem a good man, so why not pass the time?
Gives a small sort of shrug of the shoulder. And it's now that you hear the the clear of the throat from across the way. The guard turns to look to his right and sees the other guard staring at him. Pushes himself up to stand. Just sort of shuffles back.
That?
Absolutely, it's right next to you.
I'm gonna do something here.
The other guard begins shuffling back to his post.
She's going to use her performance to act and kind of fake cry to see the reaction.
Oh, I'm sure they're into it.
Okay. You begin weeping. The closest guard to you has no reaction. It's safe to assume if he was willing to interrupt Kellen's very pleasant conversation with a guard, he's not going to care that you're crying. He does walk up though to your cage and sort of takes out the baton and very suddenly smacks the cage, making the entire top of it rattle.
She will force herself to jump and look up. She, in the meantime, she would have taken some of the salt water and put it in her eyes to give that kind of crying redness. You know what I mean?
Ouch.
And look up.
Jesus.
I'm fucking going all in.
Pain.
Enough whinging. Don't want to hear it.
She tones it down just a little bit, but she wants to make it known that she's unhappy.
Sure, they're into it.
Okay. Your intent is known.
They like that.
Is there anything either of you would like to do down here?
I'm so sorry.
Not super loudly, but as the guard retreats, Kellen just kind of starts not quietly, but not loudly either, just singing like some sea shanties.
Okay.
I performance that, or just
yeah, absolutely.
God, I'm gonna off key this, guaranteed. Here we go.
Perhaps he's a bardic sensation in the making. I take it back.
Yeah, nope,
Entirely.
Hey, bully in the alley.
Well, I have
here on the wall.
I have the amount of singing performance that an actual sailor probably does, so that's fine.
Every time he's about to hit a crescendo, the tide just slaps him across the face.
That's okay. As you're singing, during this time period, at the same time that the mining is happening, you would hear, both of you, the sort of crank and churn of the platform as it descends to meet this floor, in which you would hear the sort of very faint scuffing of the plate mail as a figure walks in, just announcing rather plainly to nobody, aside from maybe the guards, "High tide, raise it." In which the two figures look to each other. The one closest to you sort of sighs softly as a shake of his head. "Good luck," he says, just loud enough for you to hear. As the two guards walk over, making their way through the sort of walled off area, making their way through the bars, as they both begin to pull at a large set of winches. You can hear the groan of the chains, just as the door at the far end of the Bastille begins to rise, and the flood of seawater begins to push further into the Bastille.
So I quickly disrobe above my head and tie it on my head so that it's not getting wet.
What? I'm sure you're already wet.
Elaborate.
The sackcloth is like pretty much a sack that goes down to my knees in the pants. The shirt, I'm gonna pull up, hike it on my head, and you know how some girls tie a towel on their head? I'm doing that.
Oh.
to try and keep it out of the water, because she knows that coming out of here, there's a good chance she could end up back in the mines, and she is not freezing to death.
Okay. You're going to be very disappointed. As the waters rise and continue to rise, filling the entirety of the Bastille, the water now rising further than your waist, past your abdomen, up to your chest, rising up to your neck, in which you begin to lift off of the floor. And they leave you with maybe 2 inches from the water's surface and the cage above.
Okay, so in that case, clothes are coming down. I didn't know if they were putting it up to the neck or how they were doing it. So this was a just in case type thing. You know what I mean?
In which both of you are now treading water with your heads pointed upwards, hopefully.
Can I try and float?
That'll come into the roll that'll happen.
I was going to say, like, instead of trying to tread water, burning through his energy and everything, he's going to basically lay on his back and then use the natural, buoyancy of salt water, because it is more buoyant than fresh water.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
By a lot, in fact. And with the 2 inches of clearance, he'll, with his hand at his waist, basically just kind of hook 4 fingers around one of the bars with one hand to hold him steady, and then he can trade off if those fingers get tired. But basically just deep breaths to keep himself buoyant and basically prone in the water right up against the grate.
Is it salt water, by the way?
It's ocean water, so
yeah, it's salt water.
Yeah, I just hadn't heard it, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to play with the water and everything.
This
and then
persists.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you continue.
I was gonna say that is if kind of playing into the whole like the natural explorer part of his class and everything, where like difficult terrain doesn't bother him, and his woodland or his survival training and everything. So this kind of thing for him probably is like, okay, don't panic, don't burn energy, just do the very minimum possible to stay afloat.
Okay.
You and I have discussed the training she went through, like keeping herself focused and everything, meditations, everything like that. She kind of goes into that state to try and keep herself focused on at the task at hand. And as she's doing so, she is mouthing a prayer to Sariel.
Understood. This water does not go down anytime soon, by the way.
Yeah, assumed.
It is hard to tell how long you have been down here. But just for the sake of it, for the sake of brevity, I need Constitution saving throws from both of you.
Saving throw. Oh, that still doesn't work. Shit. That does, though. 16.
Okay. Your bonus is a... Okay. Both of you, as it persists well into the evening, so much so that it's either intentional or has been forgotten, but both of you do suffer a point of exhaustion. It is so long that even the guards have been changed out.
She just tries to maintain her focus so that she can live through this.
pretty much just doing the switching hands when his fingers get tired and kind of. Yeah, actually, good point on that. He's probably like quietly saying some prayers of his own just for like a meditative type of focus.
Okay.
Different prayers, probably, actually.
Uh,
That's to Eormanir and Furia.
There is some point at which you're completely unsure how much time has passed. But you would hear the sort of grinding of the mechanisms again as the platform is lowered. Another figure this time. High tide is over. Go ahead and give them some rest. I do not want them broken just yet.
What was that, Lord Hane?
Safe to assume. In which you would hear the...
Soft weeping.
Okay. In which you would hear the sort of grinding again, and the buildup of pressure that that comes from trying to close the door on what is effectively an open hole until it is sealed, or lowered just enough that the guards are able to walk over and begin toying with different wheels. In which both of you feel the water sort of pull away more and more until it's at about your knees now. For the sake of time and explaining what happened, the water was up for the entirety of the day and most of the evening. You did not get a long rest at all. Hence why you both have a point of exhaustion. For the sake of it, it is the new day. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You would hear, approaching you, Sabine, the sort of plated footfalls.
She's keeping her head down like she's acting submissive.
The presence of Lord Hane making himself known as he sort of squats down, sort of arms resting along his knees as he sort of peers inwards, seeing you. Oh. How are you feeling, my dear?
I'm so sorry.
Mm.
My lord.
He sort of raises his chin, sort of staring down the length of his nose into the cage. Understand, Sabine. The next time that you talk back, the next time that you talk out of turn, and do your little act that you did, it will not be a day.
I understand. I was just heated in the moment.
See that you do not do it again.
Yes, my lord.
He pushes himself up to stand. Get this one out of her cage. I'm tired of looking at her. One of the guardsmen comes over and begins adjusting the wheel that keeps your cage closed, and it slowly begins to open. You are eventually lifted out of your cage, Sabine, in which your body aches. you would hear, Kellen, the approaching footfalls. Lord Hane striding up as he does a similar position, squatting down, resting his forearms along his knees as he peers inwards. What does he see?
Well, he's not floating anymore, so he's probably leaning against a wall, having used his hands to like clear away some of the grime, so he's not leaning against like sea muck or whatever. And just looks up at him and kind of offers another wave. "Oh, you've come to join me. Well, what is great. You should probably jump in and try to keep me warm. Or do you have some other news?"
You are a very curious one, Greywatch.
Well, I did try to invite you to dinner, but you declined. You could have asked all the questions you want.
I made a bet with Nathan. If we would see you weeping as we had saw the other. He did not much care for it, but voted that you would be here crying, pleading for mercy. But I knew better. I see now that even a day in the Bastille, which would break most men, you, however, wear a smile and still have enough strength to wave your arms.
Well, isn't that why you put me in here for 2 days? Or are you going to go back on that and show everyone what a tyrant you really are?
He grins, and you would see the very prominent canines that are there. Again, that very sort of primal look that he has as he's staring down into the cage, like looking down at a wounded animal.
He pushes himself off the wall and straightens himself up to as high as he can go. I don't know how tall the cage is, but I figure it's probably just slightly taller than he is.
I considered leaving you in here for as long as it took, until I drowned out whatever sense of chivalry and honor may persist in that little head of yours. But I think I have something else planned. You'll spend your day here, the rest of it in the Bastille. But I have something very special planned for you.
You're a gracious one. You seem to want to keep your word. Maybe some part of the man you used to be still remains in there. Or perhaps you realize how tenuous this house of cards you've built around yourself really is, and that showing that dishonesty would bring it tumbling around you. I'll be there when it happens. Or you can stop this farce. It's never too late to come back.
Oh, Greywatch. The world is changing. Things are not the same. They will never be the same. These ideas, these things that you keep in your mind, that you hold on to, they are long forgotten. As will you, and your order. He pushes himself up to stand, brushing his palms together. I think this one hasn't learned his lesson. We'll keep him in here for another day.
You said as much.
Lord Hane walks away.
Douchebag. Dumbass.
Okay. He sort of, you hear the pause. I think that's high tide rolling in.
Good timing. I needed another shower.
As the gate opens. Sabine, you are loaded into the platform.
With him?
Indeed.
Yeah. Enjoy.
The world's most uncomfortable elevator ride.
So,
Enjoy that ride with Lord Hane the comb over and molester glasses going on.
Uh-huh.
Looks
Just
over to Hane.
keeping my head down, hands folded in front of me. Not making
You may
eye
like
contact.
that.
Yeah, he's into it, dude. What are you doing?
Ooh, yeah.
I like it when they're submissive.
Hane, what are you in for?
The water rises again, Kellen.
Hooray!
And you are pushed, more or less pushed up against the, cage top. It is so tall that you sort of have to like force your face up through the openings.
The gap.
Yeah.
Well, he'll repeat the process as before. It just has to be more snug against it.
You would hear the sort of laughter of Lord Hane as the elevator is rising, as the water is rushing in. Sabine.
Mm-hmm.
As the floor becomes further away and Lord Hane is stood there sort of craning his neck from side to side, you can hear the audible pop, the ringing out of his neck.
It's bad touch time.
As he pushes his shoulders back, and you can feel as the head swivels and turns to look at you, the oppressive stare that is there. This figure is already tall, but added with this predator look, it is a compounding feeling.
Noted. This is the information she was after, the reason why she went down here to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you do or say anything?
Just keep my head down and arms folded, because he says don't talk out of turn, so I don't say anything.
Okay.
Unless addressed.
You would hear the sort of throaty noise that is made, like that, almost like a snarl, if that makes sense. The sort of noise when he inhales, as he's resting his hands, one hand on his waist, the other hand on like on the sort of chain that is connected to the grimoire, as the elevator continues to pull upwards.
He said don't say anything, so she's playing it like this did something, so she's just keeping her head down, going to her, like just listening around her, keeping her ears open as she keeps her head down, eyes to the floor, avoiding gaze. Like feeling the gaze, she would kind of like force herself to fidget a little bit, like she's unsure.
As the elevator is rising, you can feel the cold of the motes that begin to sort of drift past as you lift up past the mine. Once it gets up to the cells and the door's about to open, you feel the weight, this gauntleted hand sort of holding itself and sort of grabbing the nape of your neck along the back.
She'd let out a small yelp, almost like a wounded animal.
Pulling you in just enough, not so close that his face is touching yours, but enough that you can feel his breath as he talks. The next time that you do something like that, the next time that you speak out of turn, I will not be so lenient. Am I understood?
Yes, my lord.
Good. Do not make that mistake again.
I won't. I'm sorry. Your neck. Is it okay? It shouldn't be cracking like that.
The hand squeezes along the nape of your neck just a little.
You gotta go to a chiropractor, bro.
I was offering services, not
Enough.
speaking out of turn.
This game that you are trying to play, I recognize it. I am no fool. I know what your order is. I know what you do. Do not think me some childish prince, unaware of how the world works. Next time, you will not be so lucky.
I understand.
Get out of my sight. The hand lets you go, and you watch as the two guards sort of pull themselves forward into your vision, and you are escorted back to your cell. He does not give you a chance to elaborate, talk, what have you. He simply rides the rest of the elevator up. Those of you who are in the mines,
It's been a day.
Marana and Yuria, this will determine what happens.
Yep.
You will get one more roll. Either of you can choose who rolls it.
What do we want to do?
What's your modifier?
It's just a +1. We have the same modifier.
Bro, same. Let's go.
Whose hands do you want fate to rest in, so you can blame the other person for fucking it
Yeah.
up?
Have you seen my rolls?
And neither one of us have been rolling very well.
I don't care.
Alright, I'll give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Shift. Click.
Twigs unite.
Here we fucking go.
You left clicked.
Oopsie daisy.
You should have shifted.
That was actually a fairly decent roll.
In the final moments of your tenure in the mine for today, beaten, exhausted, having been working at this one crystal.
This crystal has caused a body count.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Marana, your sort of that building frustration lets itself out in that final moment as you break the crystal. Now here's the question. High or low?
Hi.
You yield one crystal.
Damn it.
Who's getting it?
Fight. Fight, 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 fight.
Use where personalities are defined.
This is where friendships are made.
Indeed. Show me your faces.
This is like a game of Mario Kart. 2 friends enter, 2 enemies leave.
Yuria stares at Marana.
Rock, paper, scissors.
There's a cool consideration in her gaze. How much longer before you need your medicines? Again.
DM, did he give me like the whole thing?
He gave you the whole thing. He said, though, if you run out, you'll need to give the knowledge to his alchemists to make more.
Mm-hmm. Jeez, I'm 100% certain. You joke.
I was given my entire supply. What would you ask for?
She sort of snorts. A better bed, to be honest with you.
What do you think you can use your leniency that you've already received to acquire?
She frowns. I expect leniency means one less beating than I would normally get. Perhaps some restraint as opposed to... She glances towards the 3 crumpled bodies still there. Well,
There is a moment, by the way, I should say, there is a moment during this whole ordeal while the bodies have been laying there. Other prisoners have come up and like taken the
Rifle through their
belts.
pockets.
Yeah, taken the belts these guys were wearing, taken their shirts and stuff like that. Like these dudes are left buck naked by the end of your guys' trip here.
if I were to be honest with you, I would say my focus now is on my fellow prisoners, gaining favor with them as, well, best as I can. That does not seem to be working out too well. But... What about you? What would you use this crystal for? Besides respite?
I would likely request, as you did. I sought my accommodations first, my medicines, and now some leniency that I might potentially speak to Lord Hane. It was my intention to come to these lands. To understand more what's going on. With this strange red-eyed priest, I don't think anything good is happening. And I don't think we're going to find out much more here.
She quirks her brow. Red-eyed priest?
Yes, the priest that was healing us in the arena. He bore no symbols of any gods, and I caught a glimpse under his hood.
Yuria leans back, sort of straightening, and looks over you over the crook of her nose. How many people in Tyros have red eyes? Is that a natural coloration in this continent?
I'm unsure, but they glowed with a strange light in them. That is more concerning.
She says, kind of getting a little steely with Yuria.
Indeed. Yuri relaxes. Take it. I will take the next one.
Deal. Hopefully, with the little trick the Arcanist gave us, we might be able to dredge up more.
That was a very dry look. They still had to reach the crystal's base. We could barely manage to crack it between the 2 of us with his help. There is a reason why I was trying to avoid the work.
I understand. But once the others recover, we might be able to cobble something together, I hope.
Perhaps.
Okay. For the sake of brevity, and a little bit of time skipping, we will transition back to the cells in which Sabine is being brought into at the early rise of morning. It is the 19th of God's Night. you all would be awoken by the grinding sounds of the elevator and the approaching sound of guards as Sabine is escorted back to her cell. You can move yourself where you'd like to, Sabine.
Walking by, she'd shoot a glance to Morana and Yuria, with her back to the guard, slight curl of her mouth as she goes to her room.
Okay. Everybody else, except for Sabine, can mark a long rest. Alaric, your crystal earns you a trip to the alchemist, who tended to your wounds, sort of applied a gauze-like material over the longer wounds that you had suffered, and sort of cared for them in a more medical way, not magical way. Sabine, you do not get a long rest. You have 1 point of exhaustion.
Well, he was at the alchemist. I guess following this sense of brevity, Alaric would have tried to crack jokes and endear himself to the staff while being hurt.
How?
Well, situationally, depending on what is said to him, or if no one says anything, he would have tried to break the ice in some way. Or brag, but in a self-effacing way, right? Rather than simply showcasing how strong he is or anything like that, more so how weak he is, and in spite of it, he's alive. Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Self-deprecating humor?
A lot of it.
The alchemist, the alchemist gives you a wary look, sort of studying your expression for a time, and sort of listening to you self-deprecate. Why is it not showing me? They wouldn't really take to it as well as you'd like, but you can roll me a persuasion check.
Yeah.
22. Okay. They listen. They don't try and shut you up or anything. You get a few like laughs, just the push of the air through the nose. But otherwise, your wounds are tended to, and they try to get you out as fast as they can.
By the way, those little laughs, it's like setting him off. He goes off into a different tangent every time. He wouldn't shut up up until he's getting wheeled out. Does he learn any names or anything like that, or it's just...
Yeah. Having been there, you'd have learned the alchemist's name. Her name is Jeva.
Her name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the alchemist would have learned about Alaric's mother and how upset he's with her. She would have learned of his sister, how proud he is of her, but there's a hint of resentment there. And just as he's about to speak of his father, thank the gods, he gets wheeled out.
Okay.
I just imagine him like on so much pain medicine and just saying shit.
Indeed.
All right. You are eventually wheeled back to your cell, and you are allowed to rest for the rest of the evening. and you would be awoken by the grinding of mechanisms as Sabine is brought back in to her cell. What are you all doing?
Stretching out a bit, seeing that I was treading water for hours.
Silverill's fucking out. She's just on this little cot looking stone thing and just fucking out.
Alaric is defying his weakness by forcing himself to stay awake. That way he doesn't mess his biological clock. He's more or less meditating on the bed.
Okay. There is... It's unclear how much time passes before one of the guards approaches, in which you would hear, "All right, stand up. Back towards us when the doors open."
Are we finally eating?
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah, but it's not really directed at anyone. It's just sort of like a
Okay.
complaint.
They all wait until you're standing, and then the doors open to your cells, and thus you are allowed to step out as they begin to guide you into the chow hall, or the galley.
It's the chow hall.
We know what it is.
It's the chill hall.
Mm.
And grab tokens.
Like, I am grabbing your tokens now. Thank you.
Indeed, as we prepare for another map transition. To a map you've already been to.
Hey,
Where am I?
who are these people?
Okay. As the map transitions over, so you find yourself in the galley.
Hey.
The most immediate thing some of you would recognize is how empty the galley is. But those of you who are more perceptive would notice a familiar face manning the line.
Man.
It's our friend.
Oh God, he's cooking.
How are you feeling?
She asks Alaric in front of her.
Bro, is it Peter? And the other one's still over there?
Oh, they were hiding in the dark. I didn't see them.
Yep.
It's Pater and Henry. Continue.
Hider.
Piter, pumpkin, eater.
One more day in the Bastille.
Son of a... It's gonna turn into a fucking merman at this point.
Alaric,
Aye.
I asked how you were feeling.
He was looking at the ground, clutching at his gut, standing there, but as though he were someplace else in his head. Slowly and with a flinch, he turns and looks at Siluriel. Sorry. He turns and looks at Siluriel. Looks at her feet first, then the rest of her body. And by the time he arrives at her face, it's with this exhausted, languorous look. I'm tired. Tired in a
chafing kind of way, you know?
Well, best get your food then. You could use the strength, no?
She tries to like smile. It's a weird, awkward smile. The same one she would have given to her friend behind the food galley.
He tries to return the gesture, where it's more of a twitch of the lips. But it doesn't sit right. It's a crooked, failed attempt.
Look, back then I didn't get the chance to say thank you. You came back. I don't know why, but I appreciate it, really.
Think nothing of it. It is just something that I am used to doing. Feel better, no?
She would kind of like, the tips of her ears are all like kind of pink, and she just walks away.
Being that she's kind of left Alaric without a walking stick.
He's walking on his own.
Yeah, he's walking. He just looks and feels and moves as though he's super sore.
Yeah, no, Marana's kind of fretting and just kind of following slowly.
Please get your food. Refrain from over-talking. Nathan, sort of pushing himself behind all of you as he was waiting for you all to clear up the entrance, pushes the door open as more people begin to filter in.
Are you going to get your food?
Yes. I'm assuming.
Yep, I was just waiting for Alaric to get moving.
Oh, he's gesturing her in front of him.
Oh, he's doing that.
Talking to the ones in front of her.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting on Yuria.
Yuria?
I'm assuming I have a tray at
Okay.
this point, and I'm waiting for Torg to give me the food.
You are handed the tray through like the slide, but it is a bowl consisting of a weird mash and half an apple.
She gives it a dry look, and then her attention snaps to the orc. What is this? She demands.
He gives a shrug.
Promising.
Take your food and please move.
She sort of scowls. Telepathy she will use on Torg.
Free chance.
Man is going to murder you one day.
There's a small sound in Torg's ear as Yuria speaks. Apologies in the future. I have informed the human that I am not fond of your kind. This means that we will make unlikely allies. And then she will take her food and move on.
His expression lingers on you as you walk away. Sabine, you would watch it. He's just sort of watching Yuria.
She would lock eyes with Torg, give a half smile.
He sort of blinks several times and looks like finally acknowledging that you're there. You're sort of like pushes the tray through with another bowl of mush and a half apple.
Thank you. And I am actually going to take this seat right here because it is by the fire and warm.
Sildaril, yours is your tray with a bowl and half apple is pushed through.
She will take the tray And she nods to Toring. It's like just in a, military nod.
Meets it in kind. Morana, he looks at you and you can see like a visible sigh. Hold on. He turns. He grabs something different. The bowl is sort of replaced with what it could easily be described as like a fruit salad type deal. And what appears to be some strange juice. A much better looking tray than anybody else's as he pushes it forward. Courtesy of Lord Hane.
She eyes it curiously for a moment, but accepts nonetheless.
My thanks to your lordship.
She says, just very carefully, very measured, and takes the tray with a curtsy. She moves forward and just kind of waits for Alaric.
Standing next to Morana, is there anything I could roll to try and discern the nature of the juice? Never thought I'd say those words in that
order. Roll me a investigation check, Alaric.
Of course. Oh, the juice escapes me.
It's hard to tell inside of the cup that it has. You do notice, however, that all of the other inmates, all the other prisoners, are scowling at Morana.
Oh. Okay.
As your tray of mush and your half apple is pushed through.
Alaric nods the dwarf, grim and level, a brief understanding, and takes it.
There's a nod.
Falls in line with Morana.
He kind of follows after him.
He goes straight to Siluriel, but on the way there, he pats Sabine's shoulder, beckoning her as he settles beside her, beside Siluriel.
To which she points to her damp clothing, and she beckons him to her table. Because she's by a fire.
Listen.
Oh.
Don't leave me.
Well, he doesn't sit. Instead, he clears his throat for Siluriel and nods towards Sabine. We should all be together, I think.
There's a moment as you're stood there sort of looking around, Morana, that you feel a very rough, like, shoulder check.
Yep, she's moving.
From one of the prisoners who moves past.
I like to try and trip him.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, brother.
Oh, don't do it!
Retaliation.
You silly man.
I would like to try to stop him.
Just pull him down into the chair, like, stop.
She would totally see Alaric's intention when he sees Morana get checked. Him, like, squaring up, hands tense around the tray. Anger guttering in his eyes. But yeah, she could definitely stop him.
Sure. We'll call this contested athletics.
Please let him fail.
Silverlo, if you win, you'll pull him down. If Alaric wins, he'll then get to check to try and trip the prisoner.
You'll vibe check.
Is there spit in this? Does it look like spit? Lol.
Hold on. I would say that if she just touches him, that would be enough, right? Because he's on his way to him, right? She'd have like a chance.
Okay.
Like, he's not going to, how to explain it? He's not going to oppose her, right? He's not going to try.
She'll lay her like hand on his right arm. Alaric, don't remember the mines.
okay.
Just staring daggers at him.
He sort of glances back and sort of like
what you gonna do?
Yeah, sort of like that
A leering look.
Yeah, that like up nod, like what?
Cinderella's just like, it's the scariest fucking look as she just slowly turns her head. It's like purposefully slow, and she just like looks at him.
Sure. You can roll me an intimidation.
I'd like to help her.
How are you assisting?
By looking at him very menacingly, by rolling one shoulder, cracking a bone. Seeing you getting stiffer on his arms. Actually, can I roll individually?
Yeah, if you'd like to. Okay. Let me...
Sabine is giving this man a death glare through the fire and will also intimidate.
His attention isn't on you, Sabine. It's more so focused on Alaric is the most prominent thing. There is a look of recognition in this guy's face, Alaric, that tells you this man knows what happened to you. But against Sildaru, who he can see, because you're sort of blocked by a pillar, Sabine, he does sort of like, you can see like the roll of the jaw and the sort of like shift of his attention to see if anybody else had joined in on his side. Seeing that there's nobody else near him, he sort of like, whatever, and then moves to the far end of the table.
Yeah, bro, whatever, no cat.
Scylla would sit, dog.
One more time?
She would tell him, she would, as the prisoner would walk away, she just goes, sit, dog. Alaric, where would you like to sit? You seem intent not to sit here. I would like to eat.
He's tonguing his gums as she speaks to him, looking at the man's back still. It is only when he sits down that Alaric kind of awakens out of that stupor and looks down to her. I just thought it'd be best if we all sat together. Once again, he nods towards Sabine. She's by the fire because she's cold, right?
Because she's wet. She knows that she's probably going into the mines and she's trying to dry off.
That's not a foolish idea.
You would notice Creighton sort of walking past Uria, giving you just a passing glance, but his real focus is on Sildaril as he sits down next to the other prisoner.
Fucking try me. There's just nothing in her face. It is just dead. Like, she sighs.
I would
Of course.
When Creighton walks by, I'm trying to see if he has a collar on at all.
Sure. Roll me a perception check. He does.
Does it look of the same make and model as ours?
Hard to tell as you're sitting down, sort of having to swivel in your chair to look at him.
When he sits down, Yuri would be sort of mid-food, or like mid-eating, with the spoon halfway to her lips. having not eaten for a day, she's a little focused on that at the moment. But when he sits down next to the guy and she sees his focus on Sillaril, she will detect his thoughts.
Sure. The surface level thoughts, right?
You can read the thoughts of certain creatures when you curse. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just gonna do this.
You initially learn the surface thoughts, and then you can attempt to probe deeper. Okay. You would hear in his head as he's sort of turning and beginning to talk, sort of whisper to this other prisoner. You would get, I'm so sick and tired of these pompous, whatever you call them, walking about, making everything more troublesome than it's worth. If I had my way, I'd bury that thing in her neck. Be done with it. All them orc lovers.
Hold on, bro. I'm taking notes. Yuria, after this extended pause where she's just sort of uncannily staring, frozen for the moment at Creighton, just simply resumes eating for a few moments. Seemingly alone, she sort of recognizes her situation for the first time. Looking around, noticing that she is, in fact, has no one sitting next to her. She puts down her spoon, sort of steeples her fingers. And with that, she is going to speak into the mind of Sillaril for the first time. Sillaril would hear Yuria's words in her mind. He wants you dead. Watch yourself.
Silver would.
Dead.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I assumed your pause meant that you were done.
I wanted to add a little something after.
Silver would, after putting the half apple back on Alaric's plate, she would kind of like her lips part, right? Where like just her, like her bottom lip are touching the top row of her teeth, and her ears would flick as she looked around to the area with this like skeptical. How do I explain it? It's like a skeptical, violated look.
Yuria would note the look. She'd be looking at you, glancing between you and Creighton, and obviously trying not to, but it's difficult at her angle. Sorry, you hear her words again. It's difficult to ask for permission in this place. Only way for real privacy.
All of you would notice that as Creighton has sort of finished talking to this other prisoner beside him, who's sort of like nodding vehemently, like nodding with everything he's saying, he would look over his shoulder towards these other prisoners and sort of give like a sharp whistle, in which the other prisoners have sort of stopped, look upwards, and then they make their way over to the table. Very faint, very low murmuring coming from that end of the galley.
Cicero sighs and turns back to her mush. Just that steely, I don't give a fuck face as she just goes back to eating her food.
DM, the half apple. Is it half an apple because it's been halfway eaten? Or was it cut in half?
Cut in half.
Right.
The core wasn't taken out, no seed, like de-seeded or anything like that. It's just literally they took an apple, cut it in half, gave one to a prisoner, gave the other to a prisoner.
Oh, so maybe Torag had us a little gig there where he gets to bite each apple before sending it off.
Ah.
But yeah.
The Arcanist, getting his plate,
Juice.
pauses for a moment, seeing the lot of you, and gives a nod as he makes his way over to Yuria.
Nods. So
Nod
how's
enter.
Yuria, again, almost done eating her food, sort of reflects Rainer's like original reaction to her, where she almost completes eating and then has to sort of gently set down the spoon, preparing for whatever he has in mind.
He doesn't say anything for a moment. He just sits down, sort of giving you a nod as he sets his bowl in front of him and begins eating. You watch as he produces his book, sort of turning to the page that has been dog-eared and sort of flicking it up and then beginning to read as he's sort of very idly chewing.
So his alignment is chaotic, noted.
What?
He dog-eared a page of a book. Like a...
Lol.
Motherfucker, I brutalize books to study them. What are you talking about?
Well, you're also chaotic then. You have
I guess so. You're right. Excuse me. I will now destroy all the highlighters in my office. They are creatures of chaos.
Or steal them.
Purge.
It's not like he was given a bookmark.
No. I'm just
I know.
giving you shit.
Okay. You all
How
are...
was you?
Continue.
I was going to look at them. How was your evening?
Never mind all that. How was your time down there in the Bastille? Are you alright?
It is physically taxing. I am exhausted.
What?
It's not just sitting in water. You are treading water for hours. And I do mean hours.
Oh, we knew that. What about the ranger? Is he alright?
He was all right enough to... I was escorted back up to the cells by Lord Hane himself. He was in good enough spirits to be sassing him quite a bit. And apparently... And apparently he has other plans to break him.
By the fates, that man cannot keep his mouth shut. Is it
Right
still just a day?
From my understanding, but I'm actually slightly more concerned about what might happen after. He has a, and she's looking for more lucrative work. He has a personality that of a wolf. And he's looking for the chase and the kill.
You mean the ranger or the lord?
Everyone.
Well, we all know Hane, and Ulrich croaks the words very quietly, is a shit. It's no secret. But
this is something different. The noises and other things, that his movements, it's off.
natural.
I needed a little bit of time, but he saw through my game.
Well,
Ulrich looks at all present faces for inside as though he'd expect them to say it before he did. And he looks back to Sabine rather apologetically.
we all kind of knew already.
No. The fact that he knows that he has an idea of what my order does. Something tells me he has the more intimate idea of what we do.
What is it that you do?
Amongst other things, psychologically profile and meet the needs of lords and ladies like yourselves.
Her nose would kind of wrinkle upward at that.
It is our job to give you what you want and teach you or give you what you need and the skills that you hire us to give you. Whether it be bodyguarding or other things.
Oh dear.
With the mention of Lord Hane seeing through things, Marana's going to take an experimental sip of the juice.
Sure. So this thing is in a dark brown sort of cup. It's very tall. You can see that it's been like treated. It has like a layer over it that sort of keeps the wood from staining. And as you take a sip, there is that very distinct taste.
I see.
And it stains your lips.
She very quickly wipes her lips clean and wipes her hand on like the table, or not the table, the bench next to her, or the stool.
It'd be the stool you're sitting on.
Yeah, just kind of like wipe that off underneath. She sets it back down.
I will say this, the Bastille will kill those who are weak.
With how subtle Morana is, I imagine she would have sampled this juice while everybody else was talking, right? So
Just, yeah, very subtly, just kind of, but more so specifically after Sabine mentions the perceptiveness of Lord Hane. But again, just very slowly, not like really being sus, just pick up, take a sip, pauses there, could easily be mistaken as a long sip, and then just puts it back down and does the very quick, like, prim and proper wiping of the mouth, and without a napkin, wipes it on the bottom of the stool.
We have more pressing concerns than angering Hane, I'm afraid. I made a mistake down in the mines.
Listening.
Being alone, I didn't think things were so animalistic, I should say, that I'd be preyed upon. But it appears, long before we arrived, lines were drawn in this prison. Groups have been formed. And the Arcanist has, in his infinite kindness thus far, gone to sit with Juria, just so that she's not alone. Because he knows, as I've come to learn, that we cannot show weakness here. We must remain together to seize the crystals and to hopefully draw any sort of advantage that we can in the arena.
Hmm. Silderil would lean inward over her food and like put her face towards the bowl, like she's just focusing on eating, and she would whisper to them. Yuria has told me that the dog wishes to kill us.
I am almost sure that every man in this room wishes to kill you in some shape or form. The same for the rest of us. We don't fit here. I believe that is what the Arcanist meant by investment. He is, much as ourselves, is in need of allies.
Have you seen any other female prisoners besides the ones that came in with us?
Have we?
Yeah. No. The only other female that you've met has been Jeva, the alchemist.
And she doesn't talk much.
Mm-hmm.
Did Sabine ask
Yes.
in character, or
Yes.
he has a quizzical look? Alaric does.
Hmm.
We weren't arrested, we were procured. And she goes back to eating.
How did she tell you? When did she tell you, Silverhill?
She spoke into my mind. Quite intrusive.
What?
You heard me.
Nathan's attention at your sort of exclamation. Alaric, his attention sort of lingers on you for a moment.
Does he feel this oppressive weight that's there, laying on him?
It's like the moment where the teacher is looking over at you as you were just looking at your your neighbor's desk during a test.
Okay. Alaric goes quiet. No more gesticulating. No expressions. Food now.
Once you start eating, is when his attention drifts and he starts looking around the room again.
Marana is just very quiet as the direction in the chat goes. She just seems to be eating, jaw kind of steeled at this point, and doesn't seem to have anything to contribute, just sort of wordlessly looking from person to person as they speak.
Okay. The Arcanist, with Yuria, sort of eating from his meal, not really glancing up from his book, sort of flipping the page with his thumb, speaks low. Is there a reason that you continue to separate yourself from the others? Or is it purely preference?
She, between bites, she quietly mutters in return, "They have a target on their back. And I said first, to be fair."
There's a very soft sort of chuckle. You have me there? As he takes a bite from the half of the apple. A word of advice. Staying alone, as you are doing right now, before I had sat down with you, might put as much of a target on your back as the one who likes to glare at others. If you do not join the factions will see you out.
I was hoping the factions would invite me in. I suppose it is too late for that now.
First impressions.
Of course. There's a small smile. Sometimes it does pay to be unpredictable.
He sort of just lets his expression settle into a soft smile as he turns the page again. Just takes another bite.
After another bite, she changes the subject. What are you reading?
He raises a brow. You're not from here. I had forgotten for a moment. Sort of snapping the book closed and sort of turning the cover towards you. You would see... what languages do you speak?
I believe Undercommon, Elvish, and Common.
You would recognize Elvish, scrawled across the cover of the book, or along the spine, sorry. The Teeth of the Dragon.
She chuckles quietly. I saw the cover already. I can read. What is it about?
Rather simple story, thankfully. But it is about the making and creation of the Teeth of the Dragon. Their myth, as it were, and various studies conducted on them. How familiar are you with the Age of Woe?
Dear.
How familiar is she?
I don't know. Let me roll a history. Ooh, brother. I'm educated.
Okay.
I've had some in-depth studies of, well, the older ages. Why?
That is when these were made. These are legendary elven weapons, crafted during the Age of Woe, most out of desperation. The elves that forged them with their hope, their fear, their aspirations. It goes into great detail about the many of the blades. You have many of them. Deramir, the Sword of Dreams. Octurus, the Sword of Stars. Golenir, the Sword of Truth. Orlan, the Master Sword. Nar Uldur, the Sword of Darkness. And Runatar, the Sword of Fate. These are all made and handed to elven sword masters to fight back the darkness. But many of them are lost to time, lost to the turning of the ages. They're nothing more than rumor and myth. And that is where we're going to end today's session.
Neat.
Slow nod.
Don't like that.
buddy.
Anyway, give me your book.
Give me your book, you fucking
I
nerd.
pull out a sharpened spoon.
Yeah.
Give me your food. Oh, cool. Give me your food.
That's neat. I start eating his food.
But yes, thank you guys for playing. I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah, nodders.
Mountains of it.
We will be picking up episode 5 next Friday on the 21st, unless something changes. And then, I'll let you all know.
And then we explode.
Neat.
We will be playing tomorrow with a shifting day for the Secrets of Erist. So instead of Sunday, it'll be Saturday, just for this time, as one of our players will be taking a flight come Saturday or Sunday, and I will be getting my vaccine on Sunday as well. So
That loser
I
getting
have
on
resistance
airplanes
to
willingly.
diseases. I'm a paladin now, he says.
I think you're a 5G booster.
indeed, so I can get my free Wi-Fi.
His
Nice.
5G booster.
Yeah, got him.
But
Ever since I got plugged, Google loads faster.
But yes, I'm around for a little bit longer. If you guys want to ask any questions, to the players, for as long as the players so decide they wish to be here.
Da-da-da-da.
We learned some very interesting things this session.
Woo, buddy.
I can't mind for shit. Nor will I ever want to.
Yeah. Mining and mining for shit. Both of these things.
In the coming sessions, there will be sort of more prevalent gaps of time, if that makes sense. So it'll be like the day passes with you guys rolling to determine things, and then sort of choosing if you'd like to roleplay certain things during that time, and then the days will start mounting up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
This was kind of the introductory period.
Indeed, this is sort of the like, hey, this is the everything that you'll be doing: mining, fighting, eating, sleeping. Like,
And swimming.
if you're
If you're naughty.
if you're a naughty bean, yes, naughty
Yo,
beans
why
get
the
put
fuck
in
I woke
the
up in ex anima.
naughty beans get put in the ocean soup.
Naughty beans don't get to level up.
Oh no.
That
That's
would
the
be
worst.
fucked. That'd be, you end up in the Bastille enough, you don't level up when everyone else does.
Oh.
That's the thing. If you fail your con saves at the end of each of the days, you do get stacking points of exhaustion. Sabine has 1. Kellen has 1. There's a chance Kellen can leave the Bastille with 2.
He just has to get some.
Incredibly high.
It is a fucked up place you're in, brother.
Where are your god rolls now? The DM says mockingly.
I've never had god rolls. What are you talking about?
What are god rolls?
Don't say that.
You realize you're all level 1. Every single one of you has an 18, right?
Indeed. That's why I said this.
You guys are pretty fucking sicko.
Yeah, well, I have an 18 in Constitution. How well did that serve me?
I mean, enjoying the game. Oh, well, thank you, Epic. I appreciate that.
Come at me, you overgrown jello.
And yes, Tao, at 3 points of exhaustion, the death spiral begins.
Wait a minute. So if it's today, because it's Saturday, meaning the session is in 7 hours?
Yep.
Oh,
It's soon.
It's
TM.
8 hours. It's like 8+ hours from now. What are you talking about?
You wanna pull an
You gotta need to sleep.
I'm just saying.
I'm starving.
Secrets of Ears, 7 hours.
Let's when everybody makes it, right? We can play for as long as people want to play. It's the big deal is what's going to happen as soon as the session starts. So,
Woo!
The end.
That was spicy.
All right, mental
You just got name dropped.
Women,
in
mental
chat.
Oh shit.
I appreciate that, Dr. Beerface.
I must leave you.
Goodbye. Thanks for playing.
Bye.
Thank
Later.
you. I have class
Bye.
early tomorrow. So yes, a live
Blip.
session. Smile.
Go enjoy your programming.
You'll be
Go.
smart or whatever.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I shall not.
But yeah, as the sessions kick up, these first, I'll be honest, probably these first handful of sessions that are going to be happening are going to be very similar to these ones, right? Where it's sort of like the players talking, sort of figuring out a little bit more of the lay of the land, and sort of working on plans of escape or other avenues of leaving, right? So it'll be a moment before it like kicks into the open world adventure, but it's on its way. Just to give assurances as it is. Hello, B-Man. I have a 20 in Dex as a level 1 rogue. Yep, that sounds about right. They are currently in Hane Keep, in the Black Cells of Hane Keep, which is like Alcatraz, so to speak, of Tyros on the southern shores of the Ettenmoor. They are here on trumped-up charges by one Lord Samuel Hane, and they are to work off their debt to earn their freedom. But it appears the more that Lord Hane talks, the more he sort of speaks to these people, he has different intentions. Hell yeah, B-Man, that's sick. I'm glad to hear it. Everybody should be using, not everybody should be using Foundry, it doesn't fit everything. But if you're playing D&D 5th edition, I highly recommend Foundry. It is great. They have recently updated to version 9.2, in which they've overhauled lighting, which makes it look nice and smooth. They've also updated a lot of the compendiums and stuff like that. So, good stuff. More like Lord Lame. All right, to the Bastille with Zebus.
Woo!
I was offering him a neck massage. If he knows what I do, he knows it's non-malicious, but no.
He's like, be gone, thought.
Yeah, he would have to pay me for that.
Well, but also this motherfucker.
Indeed.
Motherfucker ultimate right here.
Something is strange with Lord Hane.
You know what? I got my own theory about this. This guy here at the door is pulling the strings.
Nathan?
Nathan is the real master behind it all.
Nathan Kinsley, who's just like, please eat your food. I don't want to beat the shit out of you.
Him, in his nonchalance, is merely using it as a ploy. An act.
That's right. It was Nathan all along.
It was me!
You don't fool me, boy.
What? Cat, what?
All right. You guys have anything else you want to say to chat? Chat, you guys have anything you want to say to the players?
Huggers.
Yes.
I'll go.
Get your 10 hats. I agree.
Get your tin hats on, boys and girls. This motherfucker right there.
That one-on-one interaction.
Where he
Help me
scruffed
get-
you
how-
like a wet dog?
Yeah, but it got me the information that I was looking for, so that's what I was needing.
You're cute. Oh my god.
All right.
He's speaking to the cat.
I'll be back.
No, I was talking to the chat. Thank you, chat.
Oh.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
chatters.
Bye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Night.
Say goodbye, Cullen.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Kellen.
Okay. You guys were phenomenal today. Thank you guys so much for coming on in here and watching the game with us. So that was episode 4, The Price of Pride. And we'll be meeting up next week, next Friday, for episode 5. So thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for all of your kind words. And thank you for even just being here. That means a lot. I want to thank Pentaholic and Guido Sarducci, and Charmed Snake and Vinith. Thank you guys so much for your subs tonight. That was very kind of you. And thank you everybody who followed. We are working towards the follow goal for the year, and we are absolutely crushing it. So you guys have been really great. Do we have any recommendations for raiding tonight? Do we have anybody in mind that we'd like to raid? I mean, I guess we can do it in category. I generally like keeping it in D&D, but if we have some recommendations for friends, what have you, we can spread the wealth. That's right, Ziva. See you in 8 hours. Oh, the Mind's High is streaming, is he? Are they doing D&D? Doesn't look like it. Playing some Dead by Daylight. Ah, gotcha. House of Fire VT. Who is that? House of Fire. Oh, they're doing VR stuff. Villain POV. Well, that's always fun. I don't know, you guys in the mood for some roleplay? Some VR roleplay? Or would you prefer that we keep it into the D&D channel? I'm fine with both. Hell yeah. Let's see. We got some reruns. The one game I was gonna raid is ending. Fun times. All right, let's go pay some tribute to some VTubers. Let's go raid House of Fire VT. They've been streaming for about 2 hours now. And they have a pretty sick model by the looks of it. Okay. Thank you guys so much for all of your generosity and all of your kindness. It means more than I can say. And I appreciate every single one of you. And I look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow for The Secrets of Erist, where we figure out what's going to happen to Evelyn with the Adjudicator. You guys take care. And tell Hal I say hello. Rest well.
Holy shit. The Crowned. Hi, guys. Thank you for the big raid.